Good morning. Welcome in. How are we all doing? It is NA day today. We're going to play on Team NA a little bit. I have updated my graphics card drivers, and it's done something to World of Warcraft that I don't think I like. It's jacked the color saturation through the absolute fucking roof. Why is the colours just busted? We'll have to fix that in a minute. I'm going to grab myself some coffee, boys and girls, and I'll be back with you in 2. Okay. Let's try and fix these goddamn colour settings, shall we? Because it's like it's assumed my... It might have something... It might have switched HDR on for some reason. That's what it looks like, yes. Mostly because I have 3 screens here, but this thing is also connected. Now, of course, that's a HDR screen. So I have a suspicion my graphics card has gone, oh, you have all HDR screens then? Right, okay. Let's jack the saturation through the roof, and my actual screen can't support it. Although, how does it look for you guys on stream? Is it absolutely blasted the colour through the roof on stream as well? My OBS kind of looks a bit all over the place. Right. Fix things. See, NVIDIA recently added. Something is changed. NVIDIA settings. Graphics. Oh, yeah, look, it's gone and done some configuration mabobs on everything. Right. What do we reckon it switched on that it shouldn't have switched on? Color, multi-samples should be fine. Ray tracing, turn that shit off. Give me frames back. Turn ray tracing off. Wait, what's this? RTX dynamic vibrance. Intensity 50, saturation boost 50. No. What the fuck is this? Global settings. Dynamic vibrance. The hell? Boosts visual clarity for your games using AI. Oh, go away. Go away. Off. How do we blast that through everything? Why has it gone and done this? Okay. HDR is off. Good. Alright, let's see if that makes any significant change. This... Oh! Oh. Let's load out, load in. Load in, load out, load in, load out. Very yellow and orange. Yeah, something was hyper wrong. I'm pretty sure it's going to be that. I fat-fingered a button somewhere. There we go, that already looks better. That looks more natural. On stream, it's always a touch darker because it's, you know, screen capturing and whatever. There we go. There we go. Another loss for AI. Stupid AI doing stupid AI things. Unbelievable. Right. Yeah, got to make some progress on Team NA. I'm never going to get anywhere unless I actually put some time and effort into this. But boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Is it a challenge to make any gold when you have no gold? This goddamn intro cinematic, go away. How difficult is it to make gold when you have none in the first place? It's remarkably annoying. I empathise quite heavily with Team Poor. Team Baby Goblin is a challenge. Right, we've got some stuff on the auction house still. What have we sold? Right, there we go. I've clearly gone and done... I probably went and did half hour worth of farming yesterday, so let's grab all of this lot. Beautiful. That's given us a few more pennies to play with. This dude has now got herbalism mining to the point where we've gathered 280 artisan security. Have I gone and got... I probably haven't gone and got the default goodie bag, have I? No, I must not have done, because the default goodie bag's 350, right?
Communication
grab this.
initiated.
Speak to you. I can hear my coffee going absolutely bananas in the kitchen area.
Do you have
Good. Satchel of ore, satchel of tailoring stuff, or leatherworking stuff. Leatherworking stuff is in the bin, all of it, isn't it? Is that going to give me some bismuth? That's going to give me bismuth, isn't it? That's probably the most lucrative.
The Titans
Yoink.
will return. Be ready.
Iron claw ore. Okay, well, maybe it wasn't as lucrative as I suspected. Okay. Oh, it did give me 50 bismuth. Where did that go? Oh, well, the 50 bismuth was worth. 630 artisan security. My question here is, do I keep this character as just top tier herba miner? And to do that, do I use this to make tools and stuff for the herba miner? Do I invest in my desire to farm? Or do I think that I will get the ball rolling quick enough that I will be able to put farming to bed instantly? I'm trying really hard to follow my own rule here, of that you just need to grind out a few 100,000 gold to get going. but I hate farming. Quite literally. Get some starting funds by just stealing and scamming. Yeah, that's another way of doing it. Get on that mailbox. Thought the storm almost took you. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. It stopped snowing. In fact, it was raining earlier, wasn't it? Half the snow's gone already. Although we are on day 2 of snow in Finland, and I already want it to go away. Some of you remember I said I had a bit of a bad back last week, and it was getting better again, and I've gone and done some snow work and tweaked it again, so I'm all in a bit of a funny position today. I need to go in the sauna and lie horizontal for a while, but I've got video games to play. We'll do that later. I can't believe I done my back in on day 2. I was looking at those big snow blowing machine businesses yesterday. I'm very tempted by a new gadget, a new toy. One might be necessary. Clean the yard, clean the driveway. Let's not stand here looking at the dude. Let's start the day. Start the day with a bit of coffee, with a bit of half an hour of true sight, with a bit of fly around. Let's pick up some stuff. I've got some of my weekly stuff. We've got some deep rove roots and null silvers. See if we can find some bits and bobs. We're level 76. We still have not done the campaign. This means I still can't really totally 100% go everywhere I want. There's my deep grove route for the week. Why don't we ask Zygor, actually? Why don't we ask Zygor? Hey, Zygor, old buddy, old pal. If I want to farm up some gold, where do we farm up some gold? Let's see how this works, shall we? I rarely look at this, but considering I have no gold, I might actually have to do some manual labour. Gathering. No gathering routes for your professions were found to be profitable or in demand at the moment. Okay. Mining 239. If you already know more, please open the profession. Okay. Easy expert modes. What? 63,000 gold an hour farming adamantite, eternium, and corum in Nagrand? Oh, Lord. What's... Now you see Zygor. Zygor does the closest thing to TSM, technically. Which is that it scans the auction house itself for its own data. But it's not going to... Okay, well, let's do what it asks real quick. I'm intrigued now. I normally dumpster on Zygor's gold-making side of things because it's historically trash, but... Oh, the whole module's not even switched on. Settings, gold guide, enable auction tools, auto scan auction when auction panel is opened, enable quicker scans, do it fast. Where's the Zygor bit of this? Does it just not work anymore? Why does it not show the Zygor auction window anymore? This isn't a good start, is it? I'm going to be honest, I already know that it's pretty trashed here, which is why I don't use it. Zygor is much better for other things, but... It usually pops something else up, and it doesn't, so I'm going to just assume it doesn't work anymore. Well, if it's... If it's that not intuitive, unintuitive, then I can safely say it's probably not going to work very well anyway, is it? Oh, there we go. Okay, it clearly needs a reload. What do you think about farming dragonfly areas? The awakened materials and ores seem to make it interesting. The art of farming is just do whatever's the most profitable. And if there's dragonflight stuff that's more profitable, then do it. Equally, you're also going to find probably zero competition out there as well. Okay. The Zygote module clearly isn't very happy either way, is it? Full scan. I'm assuming this kind of operates practically the same as Auctionator anyway. Right, that's scanning some stuff. Let's go get some coffee. Hopefully they add some new ways of getting catch-up knowledge points soon. It takes ages with only patron orders. Well, most builds are in the sort of like 80 to 130 knowledge points range, which realistically means if you are so far behind now, you should, if you're just starting a profession today, you should probably be... Let's think about this. You should probably be getting at least 3 knowledge points via patron orders every day. So you're catching up like a bonus 20 points a week on top of what you should naturally be able to get, give or take. That's the assumption that you're able to actually fill all of those orders, or are willing to pay the price needed to fill all of those orders. With everything else that you can do on top, especially by this point in the expansion, being that, you know, you should have some cash spare on other characters, presumably. You've probably got your renowned stuff. So if you actually do everything in the list, your full build can still be achieved pretty much instantly. The scenario for me is still the same as it was in Dragonflight, that catch-up doesn't necessarily mean you have to have the same knowledge points as somebody else, because once you surpass 100, let's just say 150 knowledge points on average, you're the best you can possibly be at crafting a certain thing anyway. The only further advantage you're gaining past that is that you're able to try and be the best you possibly can in different crafts and different markets within that profession. So diluting your specialization, basically. Which is where I don't think the catch-up needs to be as aggressive. But of course, you know, when somebody opens their profession and it says they're 80 knowledge points behind, they just instantly assume that, oh, well, that's why I'm not profitable then. Even if you are absolutely min-max, best in slot, full profession gear, full knowledge books, full build on something, they'll go, oh, well, I've not got 80, I'm 80 points behind, then that's why. It's usually not the case. But I do kind of agree that the catch-up system is... It doesn't alleviate people's frustrations. It amplifies them, which I think is not what any system should do. irrespective of whether the system does its job or is, you know, quote unquote fit for purpose or not. It kind of works. If you're miles behind with your profession, you will get access to more knowledge points each week than somebody that's been keeping up with them. So in essence, over time, you will catch up. So as a system, you know, by the word of the law, it does its job absolutely 100% as it should. But yeah, the way it goes about doing it is not favourable, I don't think. Alchemy takes a lot of points to be profitable. Yeah, Alchemy has some of the biggest builds for sure, to be full build, but there's no guarantee even at full build you're profitable, because profit is never. There's never a point where something is always going to be profitable. Profit only exists where there's a demand for items that's not being filled. You can only generate profit from something when there's a need. There's a greater need for the thing than there is supply of it. So it doesn't. There's a link between your crafting professions and how well you've got them set up. There's a link there, but it's not the whole story. If nobody wants anything and there's too many people trying to craft it, it won't be profitable. Profit's never guaranteed anywhere. That's why you have to do what you need to do to get it whilst there is the demand and there is the opportunity for profit. That's why crafting professions are really seasonal. And the more that we go region-wide, the more seasonal they become. It's hard to tell if this is actually doing anything at this point. I'm not convinced it is. It's been sat at 48% for a while, hasn't it? But I don't know how long a full scan usually takes with Auctionator for comparison. I'm trying to give Zygor the benefit of the doubt here by giving it at least a go. But it may take some time. I've got it on. I've told it to do it fast. I don't think I'm in any risk of disconnections. Reduces the scan times by excluding battle pets and gear variants. Okay. Now that it's already got half the data. No response. Fast scan is still on cooldown. Oh, okay. It has the same issue that Auctionator has. Is that the servers just say, no, you've already done this recently, fuck off. Okay. That's annoying, isn't it? Isn't that why we have the Zygor desktop application? Hang on. Okay. Should that now not? Oh, maybe it doesn't know that I have. I don't know. Trend data. Oh yeah. US Area 52 add. So that should now also pull in data for NA. Which should, in theory, mean I shouldn't have to scan, because it kind of acts the same as TSM in that regard. Do I think they should expand the trees? No. No. That just moves the goalposts even further, and that only... The only reason The only thing I think they could potentially... No, I don't think they should. We had the same question came up a fair few times in Dragonflight, and my answer was usually no, I don't think they should. The spec trees are actually reasonably well balanced. They're balanced, or the spec tree, should I say, is Blizzard's way of making sure that you get to where you need to get once you've done everything you should do. When you start adding more trees in, you kind of have to rebalance everything, which is why I wouldn't want to see them do it, because if I'm brutally honest, I wouldn't trust Blizzard to be able to do it without fucking it up. Every time you add extra nodes in, you're just going to have to rebalance everything. Because, of course, half the nodes give you skill points. Do they give you skill points? You could kind of... You could in a way, but I don't think it'd be... I don't think it's sensible. Is it still wanting me to scan? Yeah, I think this whole thing is just kind of dumb, isn't it? The bar's going backwards. Oh, still, yeah, screw it. We're not even going to bother trying. Not going to even bother trying. There is the possibility. Do I have worth it enabled? Because that basically does the same thing anyway, doesn't it? I don't even have worth it installed. Okay. Sorry, I'm still pre-coffee. This is all a little bit all over the place at the moment, I know. Get more add-ons. Worth it. 1.2 million guides. Go on, Dalla. Fair play. I genuinely do think that some Dragonflight gathering, or should I say gathering from past expansions, is almost as, or may even be more lucrative than the War Within gathering, which is funny. Just because of competition. That said, though, obviously you have to take into consideration just how quickly and easily you can sell current expansion mats. Like, literally instantly. Which is just as important for me right now, to be honest. Being able to farm something up is great, but it's not actually gold until I've sold it. And then it's not actually gold until at least an hour after that for it to land in my mailbox. But I've not looked at worth it for a long time because, well, let's be real, I don't do any farming. Tools, configuration, data source, trade skill master, current content price source, DB market. No, absolutely fucking not. Oh, you don't have DB recent. Okay, DB. Why has Dalla not added that? Legacy price source. Well, exactly the same. DB recent. Okay. So, dashboard. Oh, he's now adding group farms on here. The Cobalt group tailoring and inscription farm. Tailoring inscription, tailoring inscription. Hallowfall fishing farm. 21,000 gold an hour. Hello? What? Should we go do some fishing? Fuck me. Yeah, this is fun to note though. Look, the first traditional herb mining thing is Isle of Dawn herbalism, 10,000 gold an hour, which is wild. Mining's not even on the list, or is it just that there isn't any? Oh, is that what a multi-farm is considered? Hang on, is that what a multi-farm is? I'm new to this add-on. Hello? It's all in German. Please help. Oh, okay. Imperfect nullstone. Crystalline powder, okay. Ironclaw, Akirite, Bismuth. Okay, I can translate that. That's good enough. My tooltips work. And my understanding of German's probably fine. Okay. Wow. So actually 12,000 gold an hour is what you're expecting to get anyway. Should we do a comparison between old world stuff? Mounts, pets, toys, transmog? No. $18,000 gold an hour going and doing some mithril ore farming. That's hysterical. Mithril, gold ore, thorum ore. The fact that you can make potentially more gold, potential gold, gathering in past expansion stuff now is quite amusing. Herbalism. 18,000 gold farming Mage Royal. Probably not when it's 16 silver a piece though. What's the thing that's propping up that price then? What's propping that price up? Ha! Yeah, Swift Thistle's propping that one up. There's no way you're selling Swift Thistle at 90 gold a piece. Yeah, that's not happening. Oh, my TSM is also not showing DB recent values. Tooltip settings. Recent value. That's literally the only one I really care about. It's because the secret hunt is requiring 2 Swift Thistle. Oh, is that what's causing it? Oh, that's hysterical. Okay, sure. I missed out on that. I missed that one. That's quite funny. One thing I hope Blizzard can address is the overload speciality mining nodes and herbs. I feel like all the options are just bad or annoying. I don't like in the War Within. I don't ever press the button. I just don't. The materials that you get out of them, it's not worth pressing the button on. Honestly, like if it gave you substantially more of the material in the first place, maybe. But I'd rather just loot it and move on. The time it takes to do the thing, like overloading, is not a consideration in the War Within. They kind of made it a thing because Awakens were the thing that you were hunting for in Dragonflight, and so of course optimal use of your overload was critical. But now it's yeah, I just don't even press the button. I don't think there's really much need to. That's gonna. Can we then do? Is that what these are? Multi-farms. Arcane crystals, titanium ore in Winter Grasp. Farming's pretty aggressively poor, isn't it? Generally across the board. Isle of Dawn is set to get you about 12,000 gold an hour on NA right now. Woof. Probably the impact of the long boy, to be honest. Every man and their dog is trying to make a bunch. That's why I tend not to do it. It's an awful lot of hard work for not a lot of Wonga. But I'm at a position where beggars can't be choosers. Mostly because I don't have anything. And I've also wasted 23 minutes of my True Sight potion tinkering and messing around. Okay, sure, right, well. Let's go. Let's just do. Why does it claim Storm Silver Ores so much? I'm not going to go do the old ones, that's silly. Is there anything new on this list? No. Maybe Zygore's just not updated for the new stuff. I'm sure that's not the case. Why is it not showing any of the new materials? Maybe Zygore has... I'm pretty sure I've already used a farming route for Zygore in the War Within. Oh, so they're in here, look. So they've added them, but they've not put them in their little gold module-y thing. Yeah, interesting. Alright, sure. What's this supposed route? More time doing, less time talking about it. Let's get some. We need some seed funds. We're account-wide like 50k, which is literally nothing. Keep spending it on getting the profession set up. I've gathered a newfound appreciation for fresh accounts, and it's leading me to understand more and more and more every time I spend some time on Team NA why new players to the game don't stick around very long, because it's just wildly unfriendly. There's almost too much with too little direction of what it is you should be doing or where you should be going. I'm not picking that up.
Get ready to grab them.
If I pretend for 1 minute that I don't know half the stuff I know about the game, pretending for 1 minute that I know only a fraction of what I actually know, I wouldn't have a clue what to do or where to go ever in this game. And I guess that's maybe why retail is ending up feeling so arcadey and so casual, that the only way that new players can get into this game, it's basically splitting the player base in two. You're either relatively new to the game, whether it be new for the War Within or new during Dragonflight, or you're an absolute hardcore lifer of the game who knows absolutely everything about the game inside out, can close their eyes and pinpoint on a map exactly where, like, all the different cities and locations and vendors and everything are. If you've got, like, London taxi driver level knowledge of the game, then you probably play a completely different game to people who are brand new. If you're a new player, you really need someone very patient to help you out. For sure. It's, and I still think the strangest thing for me, is that they are still choosing to throw you into the wrong expansion for the first 10 hours that you play the game. I got fake taxi driver knowledge of the game. Oh dear. Oh dear. What, you know every single back alley? Yeah, I bet. Welcome in, Pagme. Good morning, good morning. That's what newcomer chat is for. I swear that just ends up being full of trolls. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is. I can see the issue clear as day. That you basically buy the new. If you're new to the War Within, you buy the War Within, and then the first 10 to 20 hours of you playing the game, you're playing Dragonflight, and you're like, well, hold up, hold up, why have I bought this expansion and I'm not playing it? Why am I playing the last? Why do I have to play the last expansion first before I can play the new expansion? And this has been a real point of confusion for me for a long time, that I think it makes so little sense, and I probably would go as far as to say it's one of the worst decisions from a retention perspective of new players that they could have done. Imagine if, you know, you bought a sequel to a game. Let's say you bought, I don't know, well, let's say you bought this year's Call of Duty, but had to spend 20 hours playing the last Call of Duty before you could play the new one. You're like, well, didn't I just buy the new one? It doesn't make sense in any other video game, in any other scenario, that they make you play through the old expansion before you have to do the new one. I think it's a crazy idea. I know you get a level 70 boost if you buy the right version of the game. In fact, I think if you even buy the basic version of the game, you get a level 70 boost these days, but that is just as problematic in itself, because it throws you into the deep end of the game, and you've got all of these buttons. You've got literally an entire screen full of buttons, key bindings, classes, and you don't know shit about the game yet because you're brand new. This is the thing. It's a really difficult concept to get your head around because you can't unlearn what you already know. But picturing it through the eyes of somebody that is genuinely brand new, has not played World of Warcraft before, a level 70 boost is the worst thing that you should have access to. Because you don't know shit about the game yet. Does the boost only work if you already have a max level 2? No, you can use it instantly. You can use it instantly. This NA account, for example, I was able to use my level 70 boost before getting a level 80. Which is now I have 2 level 70s. Or 70-ish characters. This one's obviously a little bit more. Oh, hello, this is PvP and it's level 80. Whoops, let's not hang around here too much. I want the Anchor Spear, though. Anchor Spear? Haha, a Ratha Spear. Oh, me true sight's fallen off. I just really hope it's something they address, because I'm in the camp that the more people playing this game, the better. You know, there's a lot of people that don't mind if new people don't play the game because they're already very well established and they're just playing the game. They've got their guildies and whatever, and they couldn't care less if new people join the game or whatever. But Goblin's doing Goblin things from an economy standpoint. You kind of want as many people playing the game as possible. The more people that are playing the game, the more people there are that are going to buy your goods, the more demand that is created. It's just a win-win all around for Goblin activities. Much more thriving economy, the more people that are playing. And I reckon Blizzard's onboarding. Their onboarding's really good, sorry. Not necessarily their onboarding. They can absolutely get people to buy their product. There's no question about that at all. Sub numbers at the beginning of an expansion must be absolutely bananas. They can sell a product, there's no doubt of that. What I'm pretty convinced they can't do, though, is keep people very well. Now, this is often, you know, my data on this personally is going to be a little bit swayed, a little bit biased. But I look at this from the perspective of I both stream on a regular basis. I produce content occasionally on YouTube. I have a Discord server with like 5,000-6,000 people in it. I see a lot of variety in the player base. I see a huge amount of new people at the beginning of an expansion, and then as quick as they turn up, they disappear. And in the streams and YouTube comments and stuff, very, very rarely do I see much of anybody that's what you'd consider like new to the game. Good. Be careful I don't aggro these level 80s. In a bit of a sketchy area here. Oh, there's a reason why Zygor skips this corner of the map. Lots of goodies, but it's a little bit treacherous. Yeah, I mostly get the opinion that this game is very hard to get addicted to unless you already are. But once you are, it kind of gets its claws into you real tight. And that's it, you're done then. Are you going to play the fresh classic servers? No. No, I'm not. I'm not feeling another revisit to classic, unfortunately. I did contemplate it, but no. When classic was first launched, I think I got to about level 46 or something like that. I didn't even get to level 60 the first time classic launched, and I was like, you know what? Not enjoying it. Not enjoying it. Like, I remember doing it when it was like the actual thing. Like, it wasn't possible to repeat that level of nostalgia. Now, the only thing that has kind of slightly swayed me to potentially give it a go is the fact that, you know, last time Classic came out, I don't think I was doing content creation properly at that point. In fact, no, I wasn't. Whereas I do think it could be a little bit different if we know, you know, because we could set up a guild and try and do some stuff. But like, I'm not entirely sure. The one problem I always see with Classic generally is that the leveling is the experience, or the leveling is a good part of the experience. And I know only by the fact that well, it's 60 levels instead of 25. Let me put it this way. The thing I really liked about Season of Discovery was it kept people quite tight together. Even if you rolled a brand new character, you know, you could get to level 10, level 12 quite quickly, and then you're only an afternoon away from everybody else. I'm not necessarily as convinced it will be quite as fun, because everybody will be a lot more spread out. And there'll be that category of people that absolutely power Zug to max level. And then there'll be a whole bunch of people that will power level, not because they want to power level, but because they see everybody else power leveling. And let's not forget, we've seen all of this before. It will quickly devolve into Frost Mages AoE boosting in dungeons. You know, we've all seen exactly how it works. So I wasn't overly sold on doing it for a second time. I don't think I'm totally sold on doing it for a third time. Classic leveling is an experience for sure. Not a good one, but an experience. Yeah. It's rose-tinted goggles again, I think, for a lot of people. Because it was hella grindy. The fact that there are certain points in the leveling process where just grinding mobs is the optimal way of doing it. To keep your sort of like time played per level at a reasonable amount. Too many mobs around here for me to pick these herbs up. Can we trust the mail icon on the login screen now? 2 expansions after it was launched, still buggy as hell. It's pretty trustworthy by my standards these days, but I tend not to sell too much on individual characters. I tend to funnel most things to an auction toon. Oh, let's not stand in the booms. Oh, it's not always showing up when you have mail. I think there's some sources of mail which it doesn't trigger the icon, which is weird, but regular auction house stuff should just work fine. I hope you try to put together feedback posts somewhere or as a WoW partner on this topic. Well, there's the Discord. WoW partners have a dedicated Discord where I tend to feel feedback is heard substantially better than random mumblings on Twitter or on the forums or anything. Not to mention, it also allows for other creators to bandwagon certain topics. When, you know, when a handful of creators all get behind something, then Blizzard starts to listen. I need in the EU one though. I'm in the NA Discord, which doesn't totally make sense, but beggars can't be choosers. It took me long enough to get into the NA one. Been there, done that. What with Classic? Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. As far as I'm concerned, there's no distracting away from the fact that it's still a 20-year-old game. Like, they are adding some... I spotted that they are adding some quality of life things that might prove beneficial long-term. Such as they've added a little sort of looking for group system, which I think will definitely help. Although this was quite quickly solved by add-ons anyway. But a little looking for group, little LFG system. They've also taken away the 60-minute delay on mail, which, based upon how limited your bag space is in Classic early on, I think is a smart move. So you can actually set up a dedicated banking toon and send everything to that banking toon and then just sell it. I am intrigued from an economy standpoint, but that's really the only thing that intrigues me. It's more of a level of intrigue to how the economy goes. Do I want to play with it and try and manipulate it and try and, you know, squeeze my piece of the pie out of it? Not sure. Not sure. That said, it could be some good content for 20 days in Christmas, couldn't it? In December, sorry. There is part of me that wants to do it just because it's going to be the hype thing for a little while, but there's also part of me that kind of wants to spend December just like messing about, really. With the launch of The War Within recently, everything's been really serious for a while. Everything's been like, oh, how do we do this? What, you know, oh, we've got to get this optimized. We've got to get this sorted. It's like, it's all been very serious. It's been fun and enjoyable, but it's been very serious at the same time. Have to get going into the storm. Well, good luck with that one. Good luck. Don't eat the yellow snow. That's my only advice.
I see some valuable resources in
I need to
the
pick
area.
up these valuable resources.
ready to grab them.
They're always not where I am. Let's not get blasted the wrong way off the cliff here. Take a chance, it could be beer. It's not a risk I'm willing to take. What we got down here? Web door. Web door deposits are money these days, you know, with the price of cloth still being pretty good. Even basic weaver cloth being like 20, 30 gold a piece. I'm not surprised the cloth farms are doing well. We are now definitely able to see the effect of only tailors being able to get cloth. By this point in Dragonflight, I think we'd have probably expected whatever Dragonflight cloth was. Oh my god, my brain's stopped. I'm pretty sure we'd have seen cloth like sub 10 gold by this point, if not below 5. They're exploiting the farm. I don't know what the cloth farm is technically right now, but my usual rules apply. If it's an exploit, you should be banned. Fuck off. Simple. I'm a man of simple rules. If you cheat, you get banned. If you break the rules, you get banned. If you bot, you get banned. If you look like a bot, you also probably get banned. Farming in a dungeon and they reset the limit of 10 instances per hour. Oh. Well, yeah, then that's an exploit, isn't it? Get banned. If they're exploiting it, and it's still 20 plus gold a piece for weaver cloth, then imagine what it'd be if it wasn't. Isn't it follower dungeon that they do that in though? Isn't it Dark Heart Thicket, but the follower dungeon? And the follower dungeon doesn't have the same 10 instance cap. It has a daily 50 limit, I think. Dark Flame Cleft. Is that it? What's it called? I don't know. Dark Flame Summon. Oh no, it's not even on my list. I'm too low level. I'll do a random dungeon to break up the monotony of farming. I've been doing farming for 15 minutes and I'm already calling it monotonous. This is why I can't do farming. I know there's a point where you just kind of have to, but I want to get past that point as fast as I can. Blacksmithing versus tailoring, what do you guys think? An unplayed alt, mostly gold from blacksmithing then. Blacksmithing alloys still makes money, and probably will do for a while, for as long as bismuth or Q3 stays expensive. But on the flip side of that, tailoring has probably tailoring probably has more survivability because you have the scarcity factor of bolts being on a cooldown. When there's strong demand for that cloth, it is technically limited in its supply. Have you tried the Fell Bike secret? Easily the best secret I've ever done. I haven't actually. No, I've seen mutterings of that. I'd want to do that on my EU account. I'm not doing that over on NA. It's far from solved yet. I mean, that's just quite cool in my opinion. Isn't this the one they were time gating though? Babbling book. What the hell are you about? Why have you got a question mark on you? It means you're part of a quest, but I don't know what part of a quest you're part of. Oh, there's a world quest in the area, is there? The bike isn't time gated, it's brain gated. We're at 20%-ish. I don't understand what the difference would be. Have we got like some level 11? Yeah, we do. There's a level 11 warrior running this dungeon. Let me in. Yep, a level 11 Volpera warrior. Basically one-shotting mobs. LOL. Called Fast and Furry. What's he got on? Some Twink tack gear by the looks of things. Yeah, these level 11 boosting tombs are quite funny right now. I just worry for them because these players doing this in public groups, unfortunately, they just get reported. Like, if you're doing this for long enough, you're just... It's just a matter of time until these players get falsely banned. And I deliberately say the word falsely banned because people report them because they think they're botting. Now, I know what they're doing, but that's because I'm more informed in what it is they're doing. It wasn't that long ago, I think Erosium got banned on his low-level Twink character because he was doing it in public groups. And some people are like, oh, this dude's clearly hacking or, you know, botting or something. And so you unfortunately, you just catch a case purely by enough random people falsely reporting you over, you know, if you're playing on that character frequently. I would imagine one of the other players in this group is likely to be a friend of his or a boosty or something. You'll watch, they'll instantly leave the group as well. I don't mind because, you know, they soloed the dungeon for me. GG, well played. Yeah, let's see, instantly left the group. Not giving anybody any time or any opportunity to go, hang on, what the fuck was going on there? No time to inspect, nothing, just peace out super fast. I like my early morning farming sessions over on Team NA though. Plenty of mobs, nodes knocking about. I saw the hotfix for yesterday removing the box for level 10 to 29 characters, but the issue is that Blizzard nerfed the 500 badge quests, so people went created level 10 alt, do that, then delete and repeat. Okay. Oh, has that become the optimal way to farm for time walking dungeons? Because at level 10 you're just like so broken level OP on some classes that it's just much easier to grind out, delete the character, start again sort of thing. God, gamers do gamer things these days, holy. Because good old scaling, making you only weaker the higher level you are. Gotta love that. What an invention that was. See, I'm level 77 in this zone now, but the mobs have stopped at level 73 because I've not done the campaign, so I've not unlocked adventure mode for this account yet. And so I'm like 4 levels ahead of these mobs, and I'm going to be as much as 7 levels ahead of them by the time I ding 80 on this tune, because I'm just refusing to do the campaign. And I'm wondering if there's going to be some way to utilize that to my advantage. I haven't really figured it out yet though. I'm thinking it might make doing skinning easier if I wanted to do skinning for extra artisan security, for example, or some gold, but I'm not convinced that it wouldn't be easier to do skinning on a level 80 in a group anyway. I don't think a 7 level advantage is going to make that much of a difference. next players are going to play with level 10 characters in Mythic Plus. Oh yeah. They could do a Mythic Plus style system for lower level brackets. There's no reason not to. Saranuva, welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're well. How's the war within treating you? Challenge mode for locked XP tunes. Yeah, I mean, Blizzard should lean into these sorts of things. You know, they should take a look at what players are doing to do certain things. Oh, so people are making level 10 characters to blast time walking faster to get more tokens. Oh, okay. Well, that's quite clever. How about we give them their own bracket and their own, you know, something or other, their own leaderboard or something. Blows my mind that Blizzard have never added like leaderboards for stuff. People love a good leaderboard. Oh my god. People love a leaderboard. People grind out a leaderboard 24 hours a day given the choice. Blizzard really wanted to go for engagement, they'd slap a few leaderboards in the game. Holy. Dilute the player base too much, there'd be too much moaning. Oh, it'd be such a niche thing in the first place. You'd just have like Discords pop up for it and stuff. Blizzard's doing an absolutely fantastic job of diluting the player base by having 12 different versions of World of Warcraft running simultaneously. I don't think an extra mode in retail is going to do that much damage. Technically, you're not wrong, but we already kind of have that with Mythic Plus and PvP and raiding and, you know. Undermine racing leaderboards easy. I mean, that's got to be a thing, right? If they're going to put flipping race cars in the new zone and allow you to customize them and, you know, selectively choose, do you want more grip or do you want more drift or do you want more acceleration or do you want more top speed? Like, if they're going to let you customize them, if they try and balance it, like, I don't know what they're doing at that point. But it's an easy leaderboard situation. Little Goblin workshop. Take the car in for a service, you know. Classic player base is already spread so thin. Can't imagine how much it will be tomorrow. Well, it won't be spread thin at all tomorrow because it'll all be clustered on 2 servers. Admittedly, that's per region, which is 1 PvP and 1 PvE server per region. Is I'm scared for it, to be honest. I think the first boss is not going to be Dead Mines. It's going to be the login boss again. I think they've even come out and said expect queues, which is a interesting. I mean, it's honest, but it's an interesting marketing tactic, at least. Right, how long's left on our potion? Oh, like literally 15 seconds. I'm already bored stupid of doing gathering today. I think this is my limit for me. It does mean getting set up on Team NA is going to be a slog because I'm never going to get big bucks. In fact, in the entire time we've been doing this, they have hard nerfed, by the way, the amount of these that you get. Like, I used to get these every couple of ore nodes, pretty much, in the first few weeks. meaning the 50, 60 points you were behind, you could reasonably do in a few, in a couple of hours.
There's a cache of resources
Now,
nearby.
I'm lucky if I get like
Find
5
it
or 6 of
before you
these an
have to
hour.
Fight over it.
Naming boss will be the hardest. Yeah, the only one thing I might do is make a character just to save my name. That might genuinely be the only thing. Just as even if I don't plan on actually playing it, just from an imitation prevention standpoint. In before somebody steals Asmongold and then charges him $100,000 to have it. Right, there's a few bonus mats. I think I'm good. Let's get those listed. Let's get them sold. Oh, I'm queued for a dungeon. That'll pop in a minute. Let's see if we can get this listed quickly before it does. TSM Restock is using different quality materials to craft different quality items. It can do. I was looking at TSM the other day from a crafting perspective. It's definitely smarter than it used to be. But for me, it's not a case of it being smart enough. It's that I don't know. I still don't know exactly what it is doing, so I'm not confident in what it's doing is correct. And if there was easily, if there was 20% margins on crafted stuff, I'd allow for a little bit of leniency in my understanding of what it's doing. But because I know categorically that if you are not hyper min-maxed with how you craft things, you don't make a profit. It doesn't give me the confidence to use TSM crafting to just, press a few buttons and for it to get the right materials and stuff. Until I can see exactly what it's doing and how, build up an element of trust in what it's doing, I'm still going to do it manually. NA has bigger margins for profit anyway. Well, we'll see. Are we going down here, are we? Ouch. Hang on, have we got another... No, you're actually a level 76 tank this time. How are we doing, K-Chat? Welcome in. Good morning. Oh, my pet's dead. Where's my pet dead? Gather all of the male transmog from the Shadowlands Covenants. I mean... I can't think of anything more painful, honestly. I'd rather rub salt in a wound. Don't think we need that open anymore. Oh, it won't let me move it or close it. That's interesting. Sure. Still won't let me change it. Oh, it's because I'm locked in combat with somebody somewhere, somehow. Yo, Ginny, I meant to ask, if you're listening, how have you been getting on with Factorio? I've not had too much time to play Factorio myself, and so I've accidentally taken... I'm living vicariously through Nilaus at the moment. Gleba is interesting. I'm playing catch-up with Nilaus's Let's Play, because I don't have the 8 hours a day to play the game myself right now, so at least gives me some of the kicks. Yeah, Gleba looks more frustrating than it does interesting, unfortunately, with everything spoiling. Lost about 3 hours of progress at one point because my pentapod eggs hatched, bricked my game. Yeah, I've heard this as well, that there are some ways for the game to just go, nope. You know, if your eggs hatch and it just wipes your base, you might put yourself in a position where you actually can't recover from it, which is quite scary. Cool mechanic in theory. It's one of those, you'll get nuked by it. You'll get nuked by it once. This is why we don't take skips, boys and girls, because they never go properly. Like, why don't we just do it properly, and then when shit goes wrong, we don't have these horrendous runbacks. Cool mechanic in theory. In practice, though, it tanks your FPS so hard that you almost can't recover no matter what you do. Oh, really? Is that just from a UPS point? That it's just a perpetual cycle of problems? Isn't that going to cause real issues when getting to mega base staging? I don't know. You probably put circuitry to keep it under control, don't you? You suddenly get 200,000 new enemies just appearing in the middle of your base. Yeah, that's not great, is it? Oh, pet's dead. Whoops. Knowing the Factorio devs, though, they'll fix it. They always do. Not many game dev companies out there that you can turn around and go, okay, they'll fix this. Or they'll come up with a solution. Steam says my playtime is up to nearly 2.2k hours now. At this point, you're going to overtake me soon. Basically not turned it off since launch. Oh, right, okay. Well, in that case then, yeah. You're catching up at about a rate of 168 hours a week. I'm going to be honest, I think the only opportunity I'm going to get to properly play Factorio, to play the new expansion properly, is if I commit to just 100% putting World of Warcraft down for a while. I can't do both. I can't juggle both. When I sit down and I start playing Factorio, I get so engrossed in it, I can't do or think about any other video game. I tried at the beginning, you know, I made my first Nauvis base, got that pretty well set up, ready to go off into space. But then it'd been like 4 days and I hadn't touched WoW and my concentration had stacked up and I was like, I've got to go do some WoW. I just have to. And then it made, like, I don't know. It's a drug. Nilaus has a funny video of when he got the railgun and then went back to Volcanus. Oh, okay. I've not seen the railgun in action yet. I'm catching up on his Let's Play to sort of vicariously live the expansion. I'm not too worried about spoilers and stuff at this point because, you know, if I wanted to, I'd have gone and done it myself. It is one of those games, though, that you could easily just sit there for, like, an entire afternoon. Just, like, tweaking, like, one little build in one little corner to make it work slightly more efficiently. It's the ultimate, like, both AFK, but not AFK. It's just wonderful. It's just an absolutely wonderful game. I let my game time lapse for a month just to force myself to play other games that I wanted to play. But WoW takes up too much time. Next week I'm going back to WoW. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. I kind of wish I could, in a way, do the same. I did have best intentions of just putting WoW down for a month, but I just couldn't. Mostly because I also, don't take this wrong, boys and girls, but I don't particularly want to stream Factorio. And I enjoy streaming. It's my routine. I very much enjoy streaming. And I would feel guilty if I just didn't stream for a month equally. Because Factorio is just really not a stream game. It's very difficult to make it like stream worthy. It's only stream worthy if you are literally miles ahead of everybody else and what you're doing just is super interesting by proxy of the fact that you're miles ahead of everybody else. Like if you have like top tier level streamer privilege, you know, if you had early access to the game for 6 months and knew the game inside out already, then you can do a very interesting stream for Factorio. But the learning process, me going through the game during the learning process is probably not very enjoyable. It's probably more frustrating than anything else. And then you have to make a decision. Do you allow backseat gaming? Do you not allow backseat gaming? I don't know. Where's my pet? Oh no, my flipping pet's going to pull the entire zone, isn't he? Ah, that's why I hate this dungeon, because of skips. Mr. Goat here is gone and now pulled everybody. It's like, well, if we just cleared the trash like we should have done anyway. I downloaded Stalker 2 as well yesterday, as I thought that could be something very different to maybe have a little bit of a play with tomorrow. I know the first Stalker game kind of created the survival genre, really, didn't it? Way before, I think it was like even before DayZ, if I remember correctly. I mean, DayZ is what popularized it, obviously, but it was probably Armor that like set the tone, but it's why I updated my graphics drivers yesterday to hopefully get it to work properly, because it's a brand new AAA game that always has graphic issues on day one, so I wanted to get ahead of those early. Planning to play Avowed. I don't know anything about it. It popped up on the launcher. If it's on battle.net, then I can technically play it for free. So there's no reason not to give it a go. You know, the Goblin privilege and all that. So maybe. It wasn't planned. I don't know anything about it, but that's it. Won't cost me anything to give it a go. We were halfway through selling a bunch of stuff, weren't we? Okay, that's everything on the auction house. We sold anything? A few bits and pieces. 15k worth of stuff. I don't think... I'm not convinced, you know, that farming is that bad. Because I don't think I did any farming for more than about half an hour there. And I had about 18,000 gold worth of stuff to sell, clearly. So farming must still be... once you're actually set up, still at least 30,000 gold an hour, surely. I don't think it's as tragic as even some of the add-ons and stuff are making out. It's dropped a lot with the price of nullstones tanking. Yeah, that's clearly not going to have helped, has it? Oh, I need some low-level mats to hand these quests in.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
3 of these. 3 lure drop bismuth. Uh, 10 bismuth. Oh, what, 2 nullstones? Oh, this is the one nobody likes. Don't need the number 2 there, do we? A lot easier to hand in when nullstones are 400 gold apiece instead of 4,000, I mind. People are saying it's dead because they used to make 100k and now it's quote-unquote only 30. Yeah, this is probably it, right? In comparison to what they were doing, it's dead.
What is your command?
But on
May the Titans call.
on the goblin scale of goblin things, on the goblin scale of goblinness, it's not actually that tragic at all, is it? Where's he gone? Hello? There he is.
Work cycle interrupted. Return if you wish to speak again.
What's the next most expensive lure drop? I don't get any lure drop farming out here though. Maybe maybe Blessing Blossom. I don't know. Let's just go the expensive ones. Who cares? Probably not going to keep these professions for very long anyway. 111 and 107 catch-up points still to go though. That's like literally not happening anytime soon. Went Dark Flame yesterday. It was sad when I didn't make 2k a run. Looter Praiser only said 400 to 700 gold a run. Yeah, only like a top tier world quest worth of gold every 30 seconds. Boo-hoo. You know, like this is it. It's relative. It's all relative. I wish, you know, and I've wanted this to be the case for years, but unfortunately it doesn't sell itself as well. I want people who make like the farming videos to, I want the norm to be not to post the gold value per hour. Gold per hour is one of the most gross and annoying things about WoW gold making. Is this concept of gold per hour. I really, really despise it. It would make significantly more sense if when people did farming videos, they turned around and said, you know, doing this farm can net you 500 weaver cloth an hour, you know? Then the video is evergreen. But if you post a video that says 100,000 gold an hour, somebody watches it, and they only get 50,000 gold an hour, they think you're an asshole. If instead of saying 100,000 gold an hour, you said 500 weaver cloth an hour, and they go and do it, and they get 500 weaver cloth an hour, they think you're a fucking genius. Have an updo, have a subscription, you know? But the problem is a video thumbnail that says 500 weaver cloth an hour doesn't get people to click on it. And then every single video comment is, what's the goal per hour? Well, you know, you can't always account for stupid, but like, if we could somehow manage to normalize that, you know, if any sort of farming videos or content ignored the gold values and actually told you what you're likely to get by doing the farm, it would make so much more sense, and those creators would see so much more long-term benefit of doing that. But then, of course, it would be like, oh, well, I only got 300 weaver cloth in the hour, not the 500. But, like, if they did 10 hours and then took the average gold per hour from that, I wouldn't be so tilted about it. Oh, yeah, the extrapolation up is the grossest. That really annoys me. Oh, I did one thing for 2 minutes and it made me 10,000 gold, and so it must be 300,000 gold an hour. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually even more gross. There's some really good content creators out there that I will often not watch their video purely because it's got a gold value in the title. I can't help it. I can't help it. It's just a rule now. I'm not going to watch your video if it's got a gold value in the title. Even if I know the content within it is probably reasonably good. I'm just not going to. Am I going to play on the new Classic Realms tomorrow? Probably not, no. Probably not. Gold Goblin, welcome in. Good morning. Hope you're well. I'd love to watch more of your content, but it's all in German, and my German is not great. But welcome in. I know Want to Buy Gold did something like that as a proof. He got a rare piece of transmog in like 5 minutes or something, and then just multiplied it by 12. Yeah, it's gross. It's so annoying. It's so misleading. It hurts to think about it. It genuinely does. Genuinely hurts to think about.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Right. Oh, I got a whole bunch of mats in the war bank. I forgot about those.
For your patronage.
Let's go and have a look what's going on the other characters. I can't be doing any more farming today. Hurts my brain. Let's do a little bit more leveling. I'm trying to level another level 70. I'm intrigued to see if you take a character from 1 to 70, how much gold do they end up with these days? I'm sure it's not much, but I wonder if it's enough to actually then go and level a profession with the gold that you make. It's probably not, because I reckon you only get like 5 to 10k gold by leveling these days, but... Random time walking, classic dungeon, let's go. It's just as bad with crafting as with farming as well. Oh, you can absolutely do the same shenanigans, yeah.
Ahoy!
I mean, I can't really say much these days. The amount of YouTube content I actually put out there is minimal at best.
Good to see you again. Another fan! Hello there! What have you learned lately?
Take a look. I sell all manner of wares.
Oh my god, that's like a billion.
Pleasure doing business.
What are all these?
You will not find
I
a
don't get
better
anything for
bargain.
doing these. Oh, pick one, okay.
Do come again. Pleasure doing business.
Sure.
You will not find a better bargain.
They were like 12 super easy quests. Look at my bags, by the way. Brand new fresh character. Level 29. Fresh account. Super dum-dum level. Bag space. I should just buy some more bags,
What
shouldn't
is
I?
your pleasure?
Make Dragon Scale base camp, you're in. Sure.
Do come again.
I don't think we're going to be here for long enough.
Great to meet you. Off with you. You got my attention.
Huh. A free pet. Don't mind if I do.
Watch your back.
Yoink.
Interested in a lesson or 3? Don't forget to write. Mountains to climb, vistas to see. I'll see you before you see me. Keep a cool head. Mountains to climb, vistas to see.
We get all of that for default as well, for free.
My artisans are the best on Azeroth.
Requires mining 25. Oh, have we not got mining 25 yet?
Let me know. We'll have plenty for you next time.
Sell some trash, maybe.
Fine crafts take practice.
Okay, where's the Keep of the Renown? In the building? Did I queue for a dungeon? I did.
Good day to you.
One of
Safe
us.
passage to you. Smooth sailing.
What adventure brings you here? Can I join?
Okay, that was about 700 quests in quick succession.
Where are you from?
But yeah, for example, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. This is the new player experience of the game. Why am I in Dragonflight as a brand on a brand new account? Like, why do they not implement a leveling system in the new zone? I don't get it. Why do you not start the Isle of Dawn at level 10 and go from 10 to 30 in the Isle of Dawn, and then 30 to 50 in the Ringing Deeps, and then 50 to 70 or 50 to 75 in Hallowfall or something? That's your first playthrough. Nobody would explore the rest of the world in that case, presumably. But the time to explore the rest of the world is not 5 minutes after somebody has bought the game. Like, if you want people to explore the rest of the game, let them play the game first and then let them go and explore. This is, like, there's all the time in the world to do exploration. But forcing somebody to play through Dragonflight for the first 8 hours of their game's experience sounds mental to me. You've just taken $50 off somebody, plus a month of game time, and they've just bought the War Within, and you throw them into Dragonflight. And surely they're like, oh, okay. Now I know obviously there's the concept of, well, I've got to level up first. But like, why would you not be, I don't know. I don't know. I just think it's, this point, after the game has been out for that long, it's really, really weird that you buy a game and don't get to play that game until you've played the old game for 10 hours. It's just weird. No other game on the market makes you do that. You don't have to play 5 hours of last year's Call of Duty before you can play this year's Call of Duty. And I guess it's because they still claim that they're expansions, when they're not expansions, are they? Let's be real. They're fully fledged standalone. They're fully fledged standalone games in their own right that are just interconnected with the old ones. At least players can skip Shadowlands now. Wow, yeah. Whew. Got it. Photograph a hungry proto-drake catching a fish. No, that wasn't it. Missed it. Come back again. Catch a fish. Oh, you're a player. I was about to take a photo. Come on. Force Ian to play on a fresh EU account, that would do it. I'm sure it's not that they're just ignorant to how weird of an experience it is as a brand new player, but it's still odd to me. It's still odd to me that you can, you know, when they were charging, and this is how you market and how you advertise things, right? When they were charging like $40 for the expansion, when a full AAA game is like $60 default these days, you'd kind of like, okay, this still feels like an expansion. World of Warcraft is still this. But how many people paid $90 for the War Within? $50 is the absolute bare minimum. And $50 isn't even enough to actually play the game, because $50 is without any game time. Oh, the dog's gone under the sofa again. Stupid dog. So you're paying like full AAA price to play the War Within as a brand new player. You're asking the wrong audience here. Oh, I know. It's difficult because you can't. There's no real other way to do it, but when you've paid full AAA price for the game, you know, you don't expect to be then presented with what could be as much as 20 hours of the last game that you didn't buy into before you can get to play the new one. It just feels weird. I've had a bee in my bonnet about this for years, though.
Bye-bye. Someday I'm going to be a hero like you. I'm not afraid of you. See you later. Tell me a story.
Stop. Okay.
Where are you going? Hi there. Go smash some bad guys.
That said, most of us didn't buy the game anyway, but most of us probably bought the game with gold, but, you know, the point still stands.
Someday I'm going to be a hero like you.
Supervise the kids?
Tell me a story.
How do I supervise something in the game?
Have fun.
Most of us are not most people. No, exactly, this is it. This is why I don't think Blizzard ever really gets any really constructive feedback on this.
Where are you
Because
from?
at the end of the day, you can ask brand new players.
Hi.
And I'm quite sure, I've not put this to test, but I'm pretty sure if you buy a brand new copy of the game, you
Where are you from?
and then don't renew your subscription after the first month, I'm pretty sure you'll get a survey in your inbox. Could you please fill this out as to why?
Story. I'm not afraid of you.
We will endure.
Don't really matter, does it?
Ora teramus. Never back down.
I was watching K-Chak's new video on the Shadowlands Lego transmog, and I was like, don't you make a fucking video about my market? He's in Twitch chat right now. He's in YouTube chat. Go tell him. Or at least he was. You might have just popped in. We all know full-time dads with 2 jobs and 18 kids don't have time to answer surveys. Exactly, yeah. The true WoW demographic. Is that what he's been doing, has he? Has he been distributing base Legos across the entire region on his gold cap challenge or something? I don't care how much gold you can make by selling Shadowlands legendaries, I ain't doing it ever again. Just not. Although, these days it's probably really lucrative because you don't have to cancel scan. And you'd be amazed how many of them still sell. How's my pet dead again? Whenever a video comes about things like that, just give it 2 weeks for the flavour of the month people to give up. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I've always said one of the best ways to make gold is to pick one of students' videos from about 6 months ago and do it. That's literally, do whatever student told you to do 6 months ago, but do it now instead. Because now most people will have forgot, and it will probably be back to the same state it was before he made his video. But this time, you get the opportunity to do it without the influx of 5,000 other people trying to do it as well. Need to feed your pet. Wait, it's not classic, just time walking. Yeah, true. Yeah, like this is classic dungeon soon, isn't it? Post mine for 24 hours, no cancel scan, and I now sold for around 100 to 150k a week across the servers. Yeah. Fair. They're still big ticket items. And am I right in assuming it's just all rank 1 stuff? There's no reason to be doing any of the other ranks, is there? Or is it like you do rank 1s and maybe rank 7s? Because I would imagine 9 out of 10 people who are buying it for the transmog, right? Would that be a fair assumption? Or are people legitimately crafting Legos? Ranks only for the collectors who need the upgrades in ATT. Oh, I see. Okay, right. So that's a very niche. That's a niche within a niche. Everybody knows the higher the quality, the better it looks. At least that's the sales pitch. That's what it says on the box. I quite frequently see what I can only assume is Spanish in the chat, and that's clearly because I'm playing on Team NA now. I kind of forget how popular Spanish is. I'm used to seeing either German or Russian. You forget Spanish is the most spoken language in North America. It's South America, surely, not North America. But maybe. No Ragnaros people. It's the Spanish realm. Yeah, yeah, there's... Yeah, there's somebody from Ragnaros here. The healer. I'm aware of the reputation Ragnaros as a server has, which is weird. I mean, EU definitely has certain servers that have certain reputations, but there's basically nothing. Well, I suppose there's quite a few. Well, the Russian realms, but the Russian realms are so well walled off from the others because you need the Russian version of the client to play on them. So there's not that much crossover between them, really. Oh no, my pet's not going to like doing this either, is it? Hang on. Let me dismiss the pet, hang on. Shouldn't talk about Kazakh so openly. Hey, Kazakh knows who they are. But whilst servers have different reputations in the EU, it's very rarely about the spoken language or the people who play on them or anything like that. It's weird. There's a Russian guy that insulted me every single day over auction house shenanigans. I think there's so little to it. It doesn't make any sense. Most people are just butthurt that there's somebody else that's willing to try harder than they are. Well, that's leather. We don't want leather. Bra comp stomp with honor buff. Bra comp stomp sounds interesting. Is this a new mode I'm not aware of? Sounds like a sounds like one of the games you play at a Diddy party. Where's this sunlight flower? Or was it all the way up here? Whoops. Oh, you're a big dragon. Don't knock me off the edge. One of these does a knockback. Can't remember which one it is. I was thinking about a projection that will be in the future with the current birth rates and migration, but it's the second highest at the moment. Oh, I think I've missed half of that conversation. I'm not sure what I missed. Two types of people from Kazakh, in my experience: avid Mythic Plus players. Either they are gods or they're trash at the game, but they have one thing in common, that they're always obnoxious to deal with about server rep. I've always considered Kazakh as more the PvP side of things. They seem to be pretty big on their arenas over on Kazakh. You are also right that they have a pretty avid Mythic Plus side of thing. Draenor has always come across as more of the raiding server. Draenor, Terran Mill are the more raiding servers, I've always felt. Kazakh, more sort of PvP, Mythic Plus. Can I not have to kill these dudes? And admittedly, all of those servers are Horde dominated. You then have Silvermoon, which is Alliance, the biggest Alliance server, but has always weirdly had a bit of a... Even though it's the biggest Alliance server, it's not super popular with raiding for some reason. I couldn't tell you much about the NA realms and their reputations, to be honest, but it's mostly probably all hearsay anyway. What's this explorer's hat about? Throw at an elite proto-drake in the wild preserve to temporarily pacify it. Oh, I wish I knew that before I tried to pew-pew him. Okay, well now I know. Maybe that will come in handy on this one. Oh, these guys are asleep. Turns out we didn't need the hat in the end.
How do you do?
How do you do?
The Drakthea stand ready.
Hi there.
What else in here can we get rid of? We've got a huge amount of soulbound stuff we can just vendor, I guess. Bind on equip. Not worth selling. Soulbound, not worth selling. Bind on equip, but also not worth selling. Really need to buy some bigger bags. What have I got? A 12 slot, a 10 slot, a 6 slot, and a 6 slot. No reagent bag. Check me out.
One day at a time, friend.
Use the camera, photograph an infused drake. Is that one of you fellas? You're too far away. Come closer. No? How close do you need to be? There we go. Photograph a dragon egg. I swear I've done all of these quests already. Hello, pet. Oh, pet's dead? When did my pet die? What's going on? Am I paying so little attention to what's going on here? Don't answer that question. Alright, free this dude. Oh, stupid back. Damn snow. Nice.
Let us begin.
Hi there. Hope to see you again soon.
Boing.
Excellent work. Now let's... Wait, no. You're a bit too far away. Get closer. Still a bit too far away. Step closer. Don't worry. He's fast asleep.
That's the one that does the knockback into the water, luckily.
Welcome to Fizz Springs Resort.
Any new discoveries?
Where are we spending these talent points? Bit of misdirection action. And a bit of Beast Cleave. Beast Cleave will be helpful in dungeons. Is dual crafting prospecting still profitable? I understand that you need a setup for it, and it's not much. I'm talking about my shuffling account, so it can be low profits. I've not invested anything into dual crafting. Well, they've recently made changes which would have probably stirred things up a little bit. I'm going to throw an assumption out there, being that on Team EU it's probably not profitable. But I also don't really have any personal data to go by with prospecting. I am kind of tempted to put something together because I also simultaneously would quite like to set up prospecting on Team NA, because I do have a suspicion that if it's profitable anywhere, it's profitable on Team NA. I've leveled a Jewel Crafter a little bit. I've got some Artisan's Acuity on my Jewel Crafter, and I kind of need to run the numbers to decide if I just go gem cutting with a bit of concentration, or whether I try and make a prospect on Team NA to sort of bankroll everything else, even if it's you know, low margin stuff. I'd rather low margin AFK than have to spend hours actively farming, is my thoughts. So I would say that there's a chance that it is still profitable, but that's only because numbers have changed and lots of people have probably already given up with it. Click the rib. Which rib are we clicking here? Why? Which one are we meant to be clicking? Oh, this one. Low margin AFK is the name of my account. Yeah. Well, thaumaturgy is borderline worth doing on Team EU.
Let us begin.
Still, assuming you've got full build. It's a little bit gamba, but the entire process of thaumaturgy is a bit gamba. Prospecting is a little bit more reliable, I think, in its results, but of course it basically boils down to, can you get your ore cheap enough, and can you then sell enough of the gems to actually realise those profits fast enough. It's odd, I feel like it was just yesterday you were prospecting thousands and thousands of Dragon Isle ore at the start of Dragonflight. How time flies. Well, yeah, this was the exact point where we were...
Any new discoveries? Remain steadfast.
Well, this was the tail end of the diamond craze, wasn't it?
Fair skies and strong winds, friend.
Why can't I talk to you? Oh, I've got to take a photo of you near the skeleton. Yeah, this was the tail end of the 30,000 gold diamond craze. I didn't get to do anywhere near as much prospecting in the War Within.
News?
This
too shall pass.
I would have probably done more prospecting if it wasn't for the fact I was also simultaneously trying to set up like 7 other crafters at the same time, and they were all on the same account. So it wasn't like I could just do some prospecting AFK in the background. I wanted to be more proactively playing. I took full advantage of all of the cheap cut gems in the early weeks, smushing those down for higher quality gem dust, but as soon as that market was kind of found out by most, I just let it be.
Greetings.
And then of course they've changed all the prospecting rates twice since then, so all of my data's completely fucking useless. Here's a quick question for prospectors that actually know what they're talking about. Does the quality of ore still matter? Is there still about a 20% bump in yield when you go up for each rank of ore? Or did they balance that out with the changes as well?
How can I help you?
Because if that's still a thing, then you would still probably actually want to be prospecting quality 2 ore, because it's basically the same price as Q1 ore. Whereas I've seen a lot of content focus on prospecting quality 1 ore, and I was always of the assumption that you should probably be prospecting quality 2 unless the quality 1 ore is substantially cheaper. You literally have access to my crafting sheet with averages on it. Oh yeah, that is true actually, isn't it? Yeah. That's true. I don't sub to people on Patreon for the benefits that they offer. I sub to people on Patreon to, you know, as a support thing. I forget I have access to bonuses that others may not. I actively avoid watching your early videos, by the way, also, only so that I don't see something and accidentally like ruin the surprise. I wait till they hit YouTube for the general public. But here's a good opportunity if you want to get ahead of the game properly these days. K-Chak's Patreon is definitely worth. Don't forget the full inventory rank 3 exploits. Oh, well, that was enchanting. And that went on for far too long, yeah. For reference, even though I knew what it was, I didn't do any of it. Because it was gross, and it should have been... People should have been banned for that, and I worry that people weren't. I don't have any catalogable proof that anybody got banned for that, which is really gross. Where's this quest? Oh, it's down here. Oops. I prospect a lot, but I've only started recently. Haven't got enough info to be able to tell you for sure. I'm able to turn a profit buying rank 1 and then selling the gems on reset day.
Greetings.
Yeah, see, that's too situational for me.
Farewell.
I'm not really interested in stuff like that unless there's at least a 10% margin. 20% is preferable.
Don't be shy.
Unless it's something I can truly just AFK in the background while I'm doing something else. But my the honesty for me is if I'm here and I'm in the studio, I'm probably playing video games or streaming or doing something along those lines. There's not actually all that long of a period in any day where I'm just AFK and can have something doing. Because if I'm walking the dogs or I'm, you know, doing adulting, or I'm cooking dinner, or whatever the case is, I'm not here near my computer. My computer's in a totally separate building to the main house. Not like totally separate at the office separate, but close enough that when I leave the studio and go back to the house, you know, I'm not micromanaging what's going on, so I often don't set things up to just like AFK in the background.
Are ya?
It's not a playstyle that suits me.
The future is ours.
How about the alchemy transmute exploit that they implemented twice? Yeah. Yeah, good old Dragonflight and its weird and wacky bugs and exploits.
Ahoy!
You have a small kitchen there though, so no need to ever leave. Well, the wife would disagree. If I don't cook dinner at least a few nights a week, she'll start to question where I've gone. The only reason I'm tempted to set up a prospector on NA is just because I think if it's going to be profitable anywhere, it'll be profitable on NA. And secondly, it is then technically on a second account, so I can be doing EU stuff at the same time. That's the only thing that's sort of tempting me to set it up. But if I set up that jewel crafter for the purpose of prospecting and then it's not profitable, that profession slot is just bricked, and I'm going to have to invest most of my artisan security into maxing out prospecting to also be able to do that. So it probably isn't just that profession bricked, it's that entire character bricked, which is why I'm a little bit more skeptical, because I only have 2 level 70s on NA. This will be the 3rd once we get there. You have a great setup for the work-life balance. I wish I didn't have to have my workspace in the bedroom. Well, yeah, yeah, it makes... You are absolutely spot on there. Yeah, I'm kind of painting it as a bit of a negative in this scenario, but you are spot on. It does mean that, you know, when I step out of here, even though I'm still technically at home, you know, it makes it very easy. In the evenings, if I spend the evening with the wife, we want to go... The only difference is the cinema setup's here. So, you know, if we want to watch a film or something like good on Netflix or something, we still are here. So it's not perfect, but it's about as close to. And the wife has the same. She has her office upstairs in the main house.
Tell me of your travels. What's on your mind?
Cinema, quote unquote cinema. We've also got a really nice little cinema, like an actual proper cinema. 2-minute walk from our house. It's a real old school one. They do everything in a weird sort of like old traditional way. You can't pre-book seats or anything. You have to just go there and they have a sheet of paper and you select which seat you want to sit in and they just cross it off. And, you know, it's kind of like handmade popcorn out of an old school popcorn machine, and they sell like vintage drinks and stuff out of bottles. There's none of this kind of like put a cup, press a button sort of like draft soda machines or anything. It's really quite quirky. It's quite nice. But it's got the luxury of they've recently renovated it, and it's got like full Dolby Atmos surround systems in there, and it's like really good quality audio for a tiny little out of the town cinema. It's quite nice. How far in the tundra do you live? I live in what... I still live far enough away for you to consider it living in the country. But it still has relatively close... You know, there's a supermarket within walking distance. There's a train station within walking distance. That's, you know, the main quality of life things. I fucking hate this little bit. Can I just... We got to go through this way, right? Oh my god, I hate these. Why when we can fly do I have to walk through tornadoes? I don't know. Does the train come once a week? No. Once an hour to Helsinki, which is why we were so keen to get this place, because we have quick and easy access to big city life if we need it. Like if the wife needs to go into the office, for example, for her work, you know, the train takes an hour to get to Helsinki. It's fine. I'm trying to be very careful here to like not totally give away where exactly it is I live, but
The Isles welcome you.
if you're Finnish, you can probably work it out. You'll probably know. Pacified frogs. How am I doing pacified frogs? Do I speak Finnish? Not really. Finnish people are too good at English for me to speak Finnish. Is that not considered pacified? Oh, I have to then click on it. I got the garage to myself for the office space and retro computers, living the dream until we got us a puppy, and now I'm stuck in the main house. The garage is filling up with stuff, quote unquote, cleaned from other places. Yeah. Yeah, you've always got to be careful of that. That your man cave doesn't become the storage zone. You have narrowed it down quite a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to not dox myself here. Why don't you talk to Chromie and do a different expansion for leveling? This is a fresh account. Whilst I do technically think I'm not even sure I can speak to Chromie and do other expansions on this account yet. I wanted to sort of do Dragonflight once though, because I wanted to see what it's actually like for a brand new character on a brand new account. What are you subjected to? This is more out of curiosity than anything else. Hard language to learn, to be honest. My dad wanted to teach me and my sister when we were young, but time was limited. So I would make the assumption there. Feel free to not actually answer these questions, but I'd make the assumption that your dad is probably Finnish and your mum is not, but you live or have lived in Finland as well. Oh shit, don't get squished by the frog. Finnish is one of those languages which is hard to learn, but then technically easy to master. English is like the exact opposite. Very easy to learn, but then nearly impossible to master. Because the more you learn English, the more you realise it's fucking stupid. But you can fumble your way through English pretty easily, which is probably why half the world has.
Aspect's grace shine down on you.
Right, kill stuff, kill stuff, kill stuff. Dad's from Finland, mum's from Sweden. Swedish. I've been to Finland twice. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, well, not too far a distance then. You'll probably relate then to the fact that I now live in a Swedish-speaking area of Finland, and so even learning Finnish is kind of pointless for me because nobody here speaks Finnish anyway. English chases other languages down dark alleys to knock unconscious and rifle through their pockets for more loan words. Yeah, English does literally steal so many words, it's unbelievable. It's actually pretty wild. What else we got to kill here? We need one more primal fragment. If you keep down this track, you might as well point the camera out the window and aim at the stars. Get some geo coordinates on the go. Yeah, maybe I'll just shush. Learn Danish. If you manage to learn Danish, you've both mastered Norwegian and Swedish. It's a good way to learn it, I suppose. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. How do I form said orb? Form the orb. Use the primal fragments. I should be picking up these herbs at the same time. Herbs and ore, but I'm not seeing them and I'm not hunting them down. Oh my fucking lord, I've disturbed dirt piles. Oh Christ, how are disturbed dirt piles on my map again all of a sudden?
Think you can catalog the wildlife for me?
Thought I'd escaped those. Escaped but never forgotten. Holy.
Have you come to trade?
It's not worse than Africans. They've just taken words from different languages and mushed them together, calling it a language. Source, I've got South African friends and make fun of them for it. I mean, at the end of the day, communication is all about being understood. As long as everybody's on the same page, you know, as long as everybody's, you know, understands what's going on around them, that's good enough. Okay, we just got to throw one of these at a bunch of fellas, apparently. Oh, 2 for? Oh, I didn't hit either of them. Okay, that wasn't a 2 for 1, that was a 0 for 1. And I missed again. If he weren't so slow to throw the flipping thing, maybe I'd catch him. There we go. Alright, we'll pick the ones that are not moving. Clearly easier targets. That one walked over my trap, doesn't that count? Let's not kill the big dude again. Bingo.
What did you bring me? Remember, everything has its use.
Oh, hello. I hope to see you again soon. Travel safe.
What's this? Oh, Dragon Owl's artifact. I swear I got some gear a second ago. What's this? 152 ring. Yes, please. Yoink. We're actually leveling quite quick though, you know. It doesn't seem to be too much of a slog. I'm not sure how many characters I'm going to be willing to level over on Team NA. But it'd be nice to potentially have at least four, maybe 5. Just so that then we can have, if needed, one of every profession. With a farmer as well. Excluding skinning, because nobody cares about skinning. Skinning doesn't count. I know what I've got against skinning, other than it requires you to both have gear. The more gear you have, the better you are at skinning. And it seems to be so normalised by group farming these days that the mats are just free. It's barely worth doing.
Welcome. May your days
In
bring
theory,
you joy.
should make leatherworking more valuable, but it's just an oversupply of mats. I don't know why they chose to do like weird and funky things with the recipe difficulties just for leatherworking. Like, I don't know if they tried to... I don't know if somebody at Blizzard thought that, well, because leatherworking almost 100% relies on skinning for materials, that maybe they were worried that there wouldn't be enough skinning and there wouldn't be enough materials and that the materials would be more expensive. And so they did some, you know, they were slightly softer on the requirements for recipe difficulties in leatherworking. Not sure. Not sure what the logic was there, but it somehow kind of screams inexperienced dev. And now, of course, I don't necessarily know the Blizzard devs that put this system together, but it screams actual real-world inexperience. Because even though skinning is, or leatherworking is 90% supplied by skinners, skinning with it being 2x4 farmable now is just like there's more mats available than ever needed before. And if they tried to give leatherworking a bit of an easier time crafting stuff due to the reliance on skinning, why did then tailoring not get that same treatment? I just don't understand why they did what they did with leatherworking. It just doesn't make any logical sense. Maybe it's I'm looking for logic somewhere where there isn't or wasn't any logic, but it still seems very weird they made it so that you can max rank leatherworking intermediate materials like a good 30 points sooner than everybody else can max theirs. It's weird. So much so that you can practically use quality 2 materials half the time instead of quality 3, but still, I don't know, it's weird. Can't believe that they don't have a tree in skinning for solo farming. Yeah, that would have, that would certainly be logical with having most of skinning being so dominated by group farms that there could have been something that specifically was like, hey, look, this is beneficial for when you're, you know, out there solo. I don't know how they'd implement that, but skinning is just anything but... Skinning mats are just anything but rare. In what alternative universe has there ever not been hyperspawn skinning? Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. Like, I don't see why leatherworking would have needed an easier time crafting the intermediates. Why did they balance everything else to be like within 3 or 4 points so that you needed quite literally everything to max produce something, but then made it significantly easier for leatherworking? I don't get it. Kill a few more of these. We're not really in any risk of dying particularly here. Drip Claw? That's a named mob. Was he... Oh, was he the main quest dude we had to kill? Whoops. He's maybe respawned. That's probably why, isn't it? Let's go outside. That way we won't keep accidentally aggroing the main dude. Plenty of fellas out here. Ready for the sleigh. 9, 10, 11, one more, 12. Now, I'm not particularly zooming this, but it definitely feels like even questing for leveling is competitively paced to time walking dungeons. Now, obviously, that's not if you're being boosted by a level 11 warrior Twink, but like just queuing up and doing time walking dungeons. What is it, like a level and a bit per dungeon right now? We're sort of like smashing through a level in about every 10 minutes, it feels. Which is what, 6 levels an hour? That's quite slow, actually, isn't it? Thinking about it. That's still like a good 10 hours to level. Maybe it's not that competitively paced. Maybe I'm just distracted.
See what is new. Adventure safely.
You need something? Have a good one.
To be fair, I have got Zygor on full zone completion mode, so I'm probably doing a lot of quests that are probably skippable.
The waters flow again.
Do you get experience for dirt piles? No. We are kind of, by the looks of things, we are kind of set to do like 10 to 30 in the first zone. It might take us, you know, most of... I wonder if they've paced it so it takes you most of Dragonflight to actually get to 70. Then that would make it like 8 hours or so, which is not very competitively paced at all, is it really? We clear some inventory quickly. Oh, I got a reagent bag. Where'd I get a reagent bag from? Submit a quest reward. Oh yeah, the intro crafting quests give you your first reagent pouch. I remember now. Which is, interestingly, 26 slots. Meaning your first free reagent bag is over twice the size of any bag you've been given for free up until this point. Nice. After 221 tries, Mechagon Peacekeeper dropped. I'm free. Nice. Congratulations. This is why I don't get too deep into grinding mounts. As I am lucky so far that I've never hit a brick wall on any of the mounts that I've tried to get. I think I got Ashes in about 30 attempts. I got Invincible in like 10. And I only did those to kind of annoy another streamer. So it's I kind of don't want to push my luck. I kind of don't want to I don't want to find what my kryptonite is. The lovebirds. Well, the love. Oh, you mean the love rocket? I've had the love rocket for years. Or do you act? Well, which one do you mean? I'm confused.
The waters flow again.
The lovebird is 270 love tokens, and you just buy it. Rocket. I mean, I thought you had to farm crazy for that. Yeah, I guess the rocket, in a way, I kind of don't count that, only because it's a seasonal event. It means I hyper farmed it when I had to hyper farm it when it came round each year. I don't think I got it the first year I like aggressively farmed it. You are right. I think it probably took me 500 plus attempts to get the love rocket. But that was like 100 plus attempts, you know, over 100 plus attempts once a week each year sort of thing. So it kind of padded it out a little bit. But I can still say I got the love rocket before they nerfed it, before they gave it to everybody. In fact, no, there is a big stinky lie here. There is one mount in the game that has evaded me a lot. An awful lot. Flipping Strathholm, what's his name? Death Charges Reigns. I don't have that one. And I must have done that dungeon 1,000 times over the years. I just haven't tracked it. I'll occasionally go back and do a blast with all of my ults. Clear it like a bunch. Oh, I meant to bag the bees, not kill them. Oh shit. I'll just be nuking them down. Read the quest text, Manthius. Ah, smoke 'em. Smoke 'em, then bag 'em. Zullian Tiger evaded me every save until they then removed it. I had that one when it was like OG. I've had that one for, well, yeah, since TBC. Easily one of the best mounts in the game, though. I would go as far as to say it's better than the Swift Spectral Tiger, or the Spectral Tiger in general. Mostly because there's quite an accolade to even getting it. Whereas there was points in history where the Swift Spectral Tiger and the Spectral Tiger were like heavily duped. Oh, am I not smoking these bees again? Flipping hell. Give me the bee. Yoink. Yes. Bag those bees. Duping was a huge problem in Cata. Yeah, they had some absolutely wild dupes in Cataclysm. That said, a lot of it, interestingly, was a lot of it was socially engineered as well. which was even more gross. But there were some pretty outrageous guild bank related issues. Oh, some of them just die. Am I meant to wait for it to... Oh! After a while they just go snoozy snooze anyway. I don't even need to pew pew them. That's probably my issue. I was pew pewing them too fast. They go snooze after a while. I've been doing the quest wrong. Bingo. Blooming shadow lilies. Who are you then? These things? I think... Was it Cataclysm? Or was it... No. I think I got my... Oh shit, these things are level 70. Did they forget to scale these? All these beetles are level 70. Let's not aggro any of these accidentally. Holy. Out of curiosity. Yeah, don't aggro any of these accidentally. Holy. Blizzard forgot that a little bit. They forgot to scale those mobs. Oh god, we are not listening to this.
I never gave up hope.
Give me the potion then. There we go. If memory serves me right, this is not far from the end of the Waking Shores questline.
Speak farewell.
There we go, there's another level. 35. Okay, it did take me 17 minutes to get from 34 to 35. It's not overly competitive, is it? Maybe doing some dungeons would be faster.
How fell down she?
Plant the seed, dialogue happens, don't have to wait. Okay. Two, three. Four. Where did you come from? Control Alt Z to open. Isn't that... Ah! Why have you been taking random ass screenshots? Oh, that's new. Oh, well, that's actually a better interface than it used to be. Don't know why it's randomly telling me about it now, though, mind, but... Did I miss a dirt pile somewhere? Oh, no, we're all good.
Well met.
Requires level 58 to use. Oh, they clearly didn't scale everything very well, did they? And this is in the first zone. Cosmetics that require you to be level 58. Okay, we'll have to come back to that one. Why would a cosmetic need to have a level requirement on it? That doesn't make any sense.
Aspect's grace shine down on you.
Well, 35 is technically halfway to 70. So, with a slash blade of 4.5 hours, yeah, that's not great, is it? That's not great. I should be 70 by this point. Although, I don't have heirlooms. I don't have any, like, quality of life things. I'm not getting boosted. I don't have a 25% flat experience boost. I have the 10% anniversary. I haven't even got the second half of this, nor have I got war mode on. So I kind of am doing a lot of things wrong here. But some transmog you just can't mog into before a certain level. It's been a thing since I can remember. What a weird restriction. A weird restriction to have. This is why a lot of the game just feels kind of confusing. Because on one hand, they're trying to make everything more account-wide and, you know, more user-friendly. And then there's something weird and wacky that, oh yeah, if you've got this appearance, you can't use it until you're at least this level. Why? Why? It's clearly just a case of, like, old rules getting in the way of the new game. That are just still there just because they're still there, sort of thing. This is why the more I play the lower level aspects of the game, the more I think this game is absolutely screaming out for like a full overhaul. Because every direction you look now, it's kind of just like weird and wacky things happening for not really any real reason. Just because it's like 20 years of like... Oh God, just imagine how many devs have probably worked on World of Warcraft in total over the years. How many different developers, how many different code styles, how many different like... How many different fingers have been in the pie over the years? It's not really much of a surprise why a lot of it's just a bit weird and wacky. And in the last 5 to 10 years, when quality control has dipped pretty aggressively, it has just kind of left a lot of it feeling weird. But then again, there are some aspects that are just really polished. There's no combat system in any other game as fluid as World of Warcraft's. And I'll fight anybody on who says that there is. The combat system in WoW is literally second to none. And after 20 years, like... And I should point out that it was really goddamn good, even from the word go.
I never gave up hope.
Sure, there's quite often, like, you know, too many buttons to press, but outside of that, it's, like, really solid. Oh, I wonder if this actually hurts. Do molten nodes, like, really genuinely quite hurt? Oh, this actually might, you know. Holy, hang on. Do we need to, no, we should be fine. Goes away in 4, 3, 2, 1. It's enough looking at the code you wrote a year ago, wondering what idiot cobbled it together. I'm no coder in any way, shape, or form, but I can understand that. I look at some of my old YouTube videos occasionally, and if it wasn't me in it, I would think the same. Like, what moron put this together?
We serve once more. The Isles have awakened.
What will you do with all this goblin army? Alchemy, concentration, gold printing? Honestly, right now, I don't know. I'm just kind of... I'm doing it as we go along, really. My first thing is that I should really follow my own advice, which is just spend a bit of time farming up and getting a good little stockpile of gold. That said, it's the one piece of my own advice that I'm probably most likely to completely 100% ignore. Just by proxy of the fact that I hate farming. I'm most likely going to set up professions practically as quickly as I possibly can, and then complain that I don't have any gold for the next month, while I slowly grind them to a point where that they actually can turn a profit on something or become useful. That's the route I'm probably more likely to take. A few alts is definitely needed. Probably, I mentioned this a minute ago, probably 4 if not 5 characters at least level 70 is kind of quite high on my list of things to get done. That level was much quicker. That was only an 8-minute level. We will take 8-minute levels. But I'll still mostly end up doing what I like doing and what I know how to do best, which will be tinkering with professions, I think. I might look into it a little bit more detail about if any of the the processing specs are still worth spending anything on. You know, milling to inks or prospecting or even disenchanting maybe. Something that you can throw as much gold as you have at, knowing that it will come back to you slightly more, and you can just do it over and over and over and over again if needed. But of course, everything is a little bit tighter on margins.
The Isles welcome you.
These days, we might say. I'm fortunately not really in much of a rush. I'm not really much in a rush. I got 60 days of game time on my NA account before I have to think about what I do. Admittedly, we've also got Christmas landing in the middle of that, so I probably won't be playing even half as much of that 60 days, to be honest. But, you know, I've been sort of in the mindset of setting up my NA account for a long time now. So what better time to do it? Goblin named not student albatross incoming. We'll see. We'll see. I've already got my not student pigeon. See how many content creators I can plagiarize with their names. Do you think you'd consider switching to US in Midnight? I don't know. I think sunk cost is going to make it very hard to ever completely put down my EU account. But it's always... I think it'd be fun to see the comparison between the two doing similar things. But there's definitely something to be said for the fact that why make it harder for yourself? Like, at the end of the day, why play the game on hard mode when there's the option to play the game on easy mode? Like, when it comes down to, like, something like goal making. If you're purely out there looking for the challenge, great, but do you want to do the challenge all day, every day? Maybe not. This is where maybe playing on Team NA when the going's, like, really good. Or even playing on both when the opportunity is really good. I don't know. Easy answer is I don't know. I'd probably consider it. I considered it for Dragonflight. I considered it for the War Within. Moving full time over to NA. Just like starting fresh, brand new expansion, seeing what I could do. But as you've already showcased, like at the beginning of an expansion, you just find something that works and you milk it until it doesn't. And if you do that fast enough, then you're actually set for the rest of the expansion. I'm going to be honest, one thing that might actually sway my opinion on switching full time to NA would be how they choose to integrate player housing. If player housing really does end up being the gold sink that I kind of hope it is going to be, I might do it on Team NA just because I'll be able to facilitate making a lot more gold in a shorter period of time. To mess about with player housing more aggressively. That, or I'll just dump all of my EU gold into it for lols. Not sure.
I never gave up hope.
Oh, that's a big upgrade.
Go with the aspects.
Distribute half of it to the US and then just dump the rest. Yeah, I don't necessarily know what the play would be, but we'll see. Is it easier to make gold in the NA? I've never been objectively able to prove it, but a lot of people who have experience in both regions tend to fall back on the thought that it's easier to make gold in NA. For whatever reason, the markets just seem to last longer. EU is just very quick. Like, that's not to say that you can't make as much gold, but you have to be a lot hotter about doing it, right? You've got to be on it when it's good, and you can still make disgusting amounts of gold. But markets seem to last longer over on Team NA. Competition doesn't seem to be as fierce, as cutthroat. Margins aren't squeezed quite as quickly. But, like I said, I don't personally have so much experience, so this is kind of like observational
and we are preparing to take back the Obsidian Citadel. Is there something you wish to discuss? Your presence on this mission is most welcome. The Trackfear are formidable soldiers.
The Obsidian Citadel may hold secrets of my people's past. I would not.
It's kind of weird. Maybe the EU has more players. Lots of people have always sort of questioned why it might be, but I'm going to be honest. I think the token says it itself, right? The US token has always been significantly lower in value than the EU token.
We meet again.
Now the token is not
what do you have to report?
The be all and end all. It's not the ultimate, you know, sort of showcase of, you know, how easy or how difficult it is to make gold, but it's definitely a really strong indication.
Let us begin. Fair skies and strong winds.
Shows that on EU there's an awful lot more of the player base, I suspect, that isn't so comfortable paying the monthly subscription, and so they turn to gold to be able to do that. While simultaneously there's also clearly a lot of people
we'll begin the assault.
A lot of people that like making gold and are willing to buy the tokens at a higher price. If there wasn't people out there with a substantial amount of gold willing to buy them, then they would slowly drop. But there's enough gold made by players on EU. It's difficult.
May the mists
Don't necessarily know why. Global economics probably has something to do with it.
Right. The plan is sound, but I fear we lack the forces to execute it successfully.
Hello. Next one.
Why am I not talking to you?
Tanubala.
Definitely don't want to be going into midnight without significant capital. Can always be traded across. Yeah. This is the thing. I know I dropped like 25 million gold on EU leveling professions in the first week. I equally wouldn't want to go into midnight without at least a similar amount to do the same sort of thing if the systems are comparable. I don't know.
I am ready to serve.
I'm certainly not looking to double the amount of time I play this game anyway by playing on both factions simultaneously. Like, for example, on Team NA, I don't think I'd ever do
Some of those
any...
crafted weapons have surely fallen into jarred hands.
Like, I don't think I'd ever do anything even remotely collecting or, like, building the account up or anything like that. New zones, questing, hubs, none of that rubbish. I wouldn't be doing any of that on my NA account. That would solely still be an EU adventure. Skip this chapter and unlock the Obsidian Citadel. Oh, you get the skip before you've even done it. Interesting.
As a good friend and the loyal supporter I know you are, I call upon your help at this time.
I believe our goals to be aligned, friend. I would be honored to have your continued support in our efforts to secure the Citadel.
Glory to all.
Oh my, all the things tooltip says Hunter Completionist mode 0 out of 88. I need to turn off all the things. There's no reason to have all the things switched on Team NA. None whatsoever. I want to just flat out ignore it.
You seem familiar.
Oh yeah, this is like nearly the end of the first zone.
Where
Level 36, possibly level 37 by the end of the first zone. Which in essence means it's going to take probably 2 zones to get to 70, isn't it? In Dragonflight, if you focus on at least trying to do a bit of everything. Wait, hang on, who am I talking to? The last egg tender.
Have you brought good tidings?
We defend the Isles.
It's weird, I couldn't tell you how many times I did the questing in Dragonflight start to finish. But I did it enough that I probably should remember half of these quest lines. I vaguely remember them, but I couldn't tell you what you meant to do with half of them. Maybe I only did the Lawmaster like once, maybe twice. Leveling was definitely not my favourite activity in Dragonflight. It was significantly better than Shadowlands though, so I can't say too many negative things about it.
What is it you seek?
I did not enjoy leveling in Shadowlands.
At long last, our absent young are once life in. 2 of the Oath Stones have been renewed. 3 more are needed if we are to have any hope of reclaiming our
I actually don't think
power
BFA leveling was
and
that bad.
stopping Razagast.
I just think after having that as the default option for a few years, it was probably a wise move to move it to Dragonflight as the default. Oh, Titan Touch Draconium deposit. I'd have got all juicy over that once upon a time. Draconium. Wait, oh, whoa, hang on. Draconium ore is still 24 gold apiece? What the Christ on a bicycle? Oh, that's Q1. I suppose it's in that weird scenario that most people can't get it, so it's probably none of it existing.
The Aspects have returned. Aspects watch over you.
Why is it asking me to go all the way back to the map to choose the next zone? We'll do the Anaran Plains.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Take this life bloom with you as a sign of
Let's
good
get
faith
this step.
to the
We
Centaur.
selected the Anaran Plains.
Its healing
Boom, there we go.
qualities will serve them well.
It's disappeared. If you're an absolute masochist, you could probably farm dragon shards pretty quick now. Just saying. Not that I suggest anybody go back to Dragonflight and do just that. But I reckon there's going to be so many dirt piles and so many treasures on the floor right now. It's going to feel like the first 4 days of the expansion. Before people figured out what dirt piles actually were for. I still don't believe there was an exploit on Dragon Shards, by the way. I still don't believe that they hotfixed the drop rate on them. I still think it's purely down to the fact that in the first few days of the expansion, nobody knew they existed. Nobody had unlocked them yet. Nobody else was picking them up other than the people that absolutely power zug-zugged their way to max level and knew exactly what they were doing, which was a handful. I'm pretty sure for the first few days, people just had the ability to fly around at dirt pile, dirt pile, dirt pile, dirt pile, dirt pile. And that's why they got a shitload of dragon shards in the first week. Because we never had any blue posts indicating that they changed anything. It was all speculation.
Go on then. My Khan is at our outpost nearby.
But people held on to that excuse to why they couldn't make gold for a long time. Holy. Oh, people exploited dragon shards in the first week and now I can't catch up. Not convinced.
Join the Primalists.
There was plenty bigger problems going on.
Aid you in the battles to come.
Similar with treasures in the War Within the first week, they were literally everywhere. Yeah, tinderboxes in the first week. Absolutely all over the shop.
Come forward, outsider.
Couldn't move for treasures in the first week.
Leader of the Shikar. Tell me of your goals.
Ha! 25 in mining for Dragon Isles. I can now choose a spec. Lucky me.
Be respectful. May your prey fly low and run slow.
Where's the other quest? Is he in the hut? Oh, he is.
Well then.
Still tilted by the lariat. Still don't have that recipe. Probably never will at this point. There's less than zero reason to buy it now.
A gathering of all the clans across the plains. There, we will discuss the return of the dragons. We received word that an emissary from the Green Dragons will be present at the Corral. You may join us for the journey, but you must lend your aid to our clan.
Hi, clan.
Just
How
in
we
time
doing?
for the hunt.
Wow, I've never seen someone like you. How are your hunters?
You wish, Aru. I bet we can outhunt you. I will outhunt both of you.
You're a hunt. No, you're a hunt. You called me a what?
Be respectful. Hello.
I don't know. That one.
No, I'm afraid my hooves no longer take me to Marukai, but my beasts of burden are vital to the caravan. I shall ready my muskin to pull the wagons.
Oh wait, did I not pick that up? There we go. 2 of 4. Where's the rest? There's another one over here. Ah, too many trees. Can't see for all them leaves. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Oh no, where's the 4th one? Is it out here?
What news do you bring, outsider?
That's the recruitment.
The winds carried word of interesting times, but the arrival of your people has caused more of a stir than
Oh
I
my lord, how many trees? Ah! Loot it! There we go. Whew. I'm getting tilted. Must be hungry. What time is it? It's lunchtime.
Speak up. Finally. I am not your keeper. The caravan will be waiting at the gates. Do not hold us up.
Are we pretty much keeping up with gear on this dude? Yeah, if you do it by questing, at least you get, like... You don't need to rely on heirlooms or anything.
2 foot. You'll
Oh,
be
no,
back
wait, hang on. Am I
soon,
meant to... Oh, whatever.
We have many stories to
Come
share.
back to that in a minute. This was once upon a time a top tier farming spot. Wow, only one thing from them. Where's everybody else? Oh, it's only the theme we need. Oh yeah, I remember this quest now. You got to kill all the different types of animals, don't you? Working on the NA army. Yeah, we're getting Team NA set up a little bit today. It needs some love. It's going to be a time-consuming process, I think, starting from absolute zero. We're well, at the moment, I'm just trying to get a couple of extra characters, really, because a couple more bonus tunes is going to make all the difference. Even if it's just like, you know, simple concentration usage while we're doing other things, even if it's not the end goal. More than anything, I'm intrigued to see just how much gold you make from leveling tunes these days. I kind of have a number in my head where I always kind of thought that you made about 10,000 gold leveling a character, but I'm not convinced you make that much anymore. Or maybe you do, but you make it from like 70, you make most of it from like 70 to 80. Because you used to make enough gold to be able to afford your flying skills if you didn't waste gold on other stuff. If you weren't going to the auction house and buying like gear, you would usually make enough gold by questing to pay for your flying skills. But now they've removed flying skills, it also seems to be that they've kind of quite heavily nerfed the amount of gold you make by leveling anyway. Did the warband extra leveling boost follow you to NA? No. The regions are completely separated. There's no links between the two at all. Hence why this account has no pets, no toys, no mounts, nothing. NA and EU completely separated 100%. Still. It's been pretty eye-opening though to see what life is like playing on a brand new account, because you take for granted very quickly some of the quality of life things that you have on a more mature account. Like when I first started, I didn't even have dragon riding. I had a level 60 character, because technically this is a Shadowlands made account. I just haven't used it for like 2 years. But yeah, I didn't even have dragon riding. So I had to get a character up to level 70 first before I even got dragon riding. I got a 70 boost though, so we used the 70 boost to get second level 70. Now I'm working on a third, just to give myself a few more options with professions. But our gold is like nothing, because I refuse to do hours of farming. We'll figure out the gold situation when it becomes a significant problem.
Mountains are mighty here. Plant our banners to mark what the Dragon Scale expedition has discovered.
I mean, I would happily take something half as profitable as farming gold over that's like more gameplay orientated. But this is why I kind of like try to always wombo combo things. Oh my god, my pet got nuked. Like, farming for me is just purely trading time for gold. There's nothing else I'm getting out of it. I'm not progressing my account in any way, shape or form. Like, I'm not gaining new characters particularly. You are directly trading time for gold. You're like, there's nothing else you're getting out of it. I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Even like slowly leveling up crafting professions on alts, for example. At least you've then got concentration to use. At least you're then going to be able to log on to that character every couple of days and press at least a button or two, and it have some benefit to you. Farming, directly trading time for gold, has never really floated it for me. Now, we got to kill that big dude at some point, just not now. Same with crafting, trading time for gold. But it's not though. It's not, because you won't, like, if you're spending time gaining a recipe, once you have that recipe, you've always got that recipe, and you no longer need to spend that time again because you've put the time in and you get the reward out of it. Farming doesn't transact in the same way. Farming, yes, you go out there and you get a bunch of materials and then you sell them. But then if you want more, you have to do the thing again. Crafting is different in terms of the fact that every knowledge point you gain, every little bit of artisan security you gain, every new recipe you acquire, you are moving yourself forward. And so tomorrow you can realize the benefits of having those recipes, having those knowledge points, having that artisan security. You can realize the benefit of that again for free because you've put the time and the effort in to do it once. It's very different. And with concentration being added this expansion, you, even if your professions are not in good order, even if you're not able to compete with the big boys because you're still working on them, you still technically have the ability to very quickly make some use of that profession whilst you spend time leveling it up. So it's so there's it's a lot more. The effort you put in initially is a lot more heavily rewarded to you. What am I meant to be getting from here? I can't even tell. I'm meant to be letting this dude out of the cage. Doesn't matter, you're still spending time crafting, ergo trading time for gold. Well, okay then, in that literal sense, you spend time initially to set things up in order so that you can then spend less time next time you want to achieve the same. Whereas farming doesn't have that stacking. Yes, you do have to spend the time to buy the materials to craft the thing, to sell the thing. But once you've got the recipe, you've got the recipe. You never have to spend that time again. Whereas farming, the time it takes you to go and pick up a herb is the same every time you go pick up the herb. And actually, farming is done in a way whereas the more time you spend farming, the less effective it becomes. It's actually it's completely flipped in the opposite direction to crafting. The more time you spend on crafting, the more professions you'll have, the more knowledge points you'll have, the more artisan security you'll be able to spend on those professions to increase your performance even further. There's a tangible growth of your crafting professions. Now, it's up to you to justify how much time you spend on each of those activities. But with gathering, the more you do it, the way that the economy in the game works, the more time you spend farming, the less reward you get from doing it. Yes, you're still gaining knowledge points. Yes, you're still gaining artisan security. It paints the illusion of progression, but actually, because how materials work, your efforts, you still have to put the same effort in, give or take, to get the same amount of materials. But when those materials are then subjectively worth way less than what they were a month prior to you doing it. You've put more time and effort in, and you're gaining less from it the more you repeat the process. It's not any fault of the game design, particularly. It's just a gameplay loop that doesn't appeal to me. Unless you're doing something like thaumaturgy, crafting time is usually a non-factor. Yeah, there are definitely aspects of crafting that simulate a more farming sort of style. Vendor shuffles in the past, prospecting, disenchanting, milling. These are sorts of things that are, the time spent doing those is often not, it is more of a consideration. But if you're mass crafting potions to sell potions, for example, the time it takes you to make said potions is usually a non-factor. The only mistake some people make is they don't actually factor in enough time sort of consideration for the selling of stuff. As it will often take you a little bit more time and effort to sell stuff than it will to make it even. That is assuming you're pushing for quick turnover. You can sell things slow and steady all day long, but most people don't have the bankroll to be able to do that. After about 10 hours of disenchanting in the 0 to gold cap, I feel like I'm actually trading my sanity for gold. Yeah, not even trading time anymore.
Show me your hands. I shall join you next time.
Trading literal IQ points. Yeah, literally trading in your IQ points. You can feel yourself getting more stupid by the minute as you do it. No, I know how you feel. God, these have an aggressive respawn time. Holy. Am I meant to kill the big dude? Now I am. Let's get rid of these fellas first. Every crafter should go thank a farmer. Oh yeah, I did some in Shadowlands with the legendaries. I calculated at one point that just my crafting of legendaries was consuming the efforts of somewhere close to 120, I think it was, farmers. So, you know, without the efforts of about 100 plus people going out there farming materials, I wouldn't have been able to craft the materials in the quantity or capacity that I was. Which is madness when you think about it. But I was able to churn through and consume so many materials in a crafting cycle for legendaries. And I bet if you did the maths on some of the quality 3 markets at the beginning of the expansion, it was probably even more ridiculous. Because I'm sure there was players that were consistently buying 5-10 million gold worth of mats off the auction house in one go.
How is your hunting? May your arrow always fly true.
Which, when you actually tot up the amount of materials that must have been, and how many people it must have taken over a 24-hour period to go and get those materials, it's pretty wild.
Up for an adventure? Go well.
I could never do flips. That's even more mind-numbing than farming. Cross-realm, well, yeah, flipping in general is pretty dull. But you can sort of you can make it slightly more interesting by trying to do it cross realm. Find it, you know, but then you have to figure out, and then you have to find an element of enjoyment from the process more so. You know, do you enjoy the process of trying to figure out and hunt down what the best items are, where you need to get them from, how much of a profit can you expect on flipping them? If you just consider the monotony of logging on to 20 different alts reposting auctions, then that's, yeah, super monotonous, super boring, super dull.
Out with it. Go on then.
But
Aru,
often it's
show the 2-foot how
often
we
it's
hunt.
about finding some enjoyment in what it is you're doing.
The hunt is on.
Like, I love just tinkering with the professions, like leveling them up, and like keeping a steady progress on the professions is where I get the fun from. It's hard to like quantify the fun or why it's a thing, but I happily tinker with professions all day long. The making of the gold is a nice convenient byproduct of doing that half the time. And only when the gold starts to completely disappear 100%, or it gets to the point where it starts actually costing me gold to do it, then I'm less inclined to do it. I'm not gonna sit here and claim that making gold isn't part of the fun, but it's only a fraction of it for me. I get a thrill from 10xing a flip, or even then a 30% return on a big item. Yeah, this is why I would hope to see people who do cross-realm trading try to, like, you know, push the limits a little bit. But this is why I tend to think that flipping gets into, like, the big boy markets a little bit. Like, you got to be willing to throw 10, 20, 30 million at your inventory so that you can buy in a big enough quantity to actually have an effect on what you're doing.
Must hunt more dangerous game.
Because even you know, even a 30, 40, 50% margin is not really that fun unless the item costs like 10, 20, 30,000 gold in the first place. Even then it's questionable. Like, you want the big sort of 10x, you buy something for 500 gold, you sell it for 50k, that sort of thing. They're your dopamine kicks that makes all the monotony of logging on to the alts and reposting all the auctions and stuff. That's when that all becomes... It's all worthwhile when you get that huge, great big sale. That miracle sale that, you know, comes from posting 2,000 auctions the day before. And you're like, okay, that was worth it, you know? That was fun. I tend to think that if you can, if what you're doing is something that could be replicated by a bot, then you're probably going to struggle to find much fun in doing it. Because if it can be automated, it's probably not really anything that's engaging your brain in any way, shape or form. Those big boy flips require you to, like, find the right items and know where to then go and sell them, for example. Just buying materials automatically when they dip below a threshold to then go post them back out at that same threshold plus 20% is, you know, as you've not used your brain to do anything there. Wow, I just killed 2 things and it had 1 piece of meat on it. Lies. I usually play 2 to 3 months when the expansion comes out, and then Shadowlands came out. I logged into the pre-patch, never played BFA. First time made a Skinner and a Leatherworker and made the most gold in this game. Most gold ever in the game for my standard. It was balonies with the legendaries. Oh yeah, legendaries was just 7 levels of stupidity. But a lot of people also kind of forget how seasonal even legendaries were. Like, there was, when a new rank of legendary came out, there was so much gold to be made, it was outrageous. But what you'd actually end up doing for the most part was spending half of the rest of the patch kind of like holding your position, if anything else. You like, all the cancel scan meta was mostly basically trying to keep other people out of legendaries. That's all that really was. Crafting Legos at like, and making 5% margin, 3% margins on the base items. It was still good gold because you were selling in such ridiculous volumes. But it required aggressive levels of like cancel scanning. But it was on the big patches when rank 5s and 6s came out, when rank 7s came out, in the first patch when you know, if you were first to market selling rank 4s, for example. That was where the big money kicked in. The rest of it was just kind of like holding everybody back. It was kind of weird that you didn't want to stop posting or stop crafting, because then that would allow for like 5 other people to get in on the thing. It was the most gatekeepy kind of market that we've ever seen.
The horn represents the ancient pact formed by Tira and a green dragon named Marithra.
But
their friendship
in all, it was just horrible.
Between dragons and Maruk.
Very, very, very lucrative, but absolutely disgusting at the same time.
Who has the wind brought today?
Alright, I need some more ducks. And let's not forget that, yes, people were able to make millions off the legendaries, but boy oh boy did they have to take a risk to do it. I was sweating bullets before rank 7 legendaries came out. After spending, I think it was about 30 million gold on Progenitor Essentia before I had any use for any of it whatsoever. That was a tight sphincter moment. Where's all the ducks? And I'm pretty sure my 30 million spend was pocket changed compared to what some had spent. Two more reeds and the salamander heart. Oh, we got 2 of them, like buses. Let's grab this last reed. What level are we? Oh, we've hit level 40 already.
Come, help me place these totems for the ritual.
Place 1, place 2,
Reeds
place
of the
3.
river, here to whistle her
Nice.
song. The wind is your song.
Yeah, I can
Mother
safely say my
River.
next character is
Show
probably
me.
not going to play through Dragonflight, if I'm honest. It's all a little bit too recent still to be doing this again. It's the wound is still a bit fresh.
The storm is Onara's most
Even though it's not
warning,
tragically
an
slow,
affront to her gift.
it's still a little bit
You must be wary.
bit too soon. As I said, I'd kind of quite like at least 5 characters, preferably. 5 characters would then mean that even if I don't do anything for a few days, the concentration alone adds up. 5 characters I think would be nice. It would also mean that if I get them to 80, then we have an easier time on any further adventures on Team NA.
Show me your hands.
If later in the year or later in the expansion we choose to poke around anymore.
Hello. May your arrow.
Hang on, we got gear here clearly. Oh, you're a big upgrade. Hello. Juicy upgrades. Still better to leveling toons in Shadowlands. Anybody for a more intro quest?
Clan Nokud can be quite aggressive. Tomul, accompany our friend to make their introductions.
I am not here by choice.
I hated
We
that.
should just
Oh
get this
god,
over
yeah. We went ages without a skip on that as well, didn't we? That was the first thing that really
First,
pushed
I
people
get
over the edge,
stuck
if I
being
remember.
your keeper.
That
And now
that was
I have to
that was
introduce
kind
you
of
to the
before
trade.
Blizzard got into the habit
You're
of putting a
testing
skip
my
in these
limits
things
too
after the
far.
first time you're doing it. Was it the entire first 9.0 patch you had to do the more intro? Was it not until Korthia came out that they gave you the skip for it? Something like that.
Speak up.
I remember it was
You'll
a
be
long
back
time.
Soon, sure.
Go. Prove you're not as weak as you look.
You dare bring that outsider here? You insult Onara, Balakar Khan. Step away from this path.
Sometimes reminiscing about past expansions is fun, but the more is just like PTSD.
My Khan, this interloper has no place amongst your Nokud. We must cleanse ourselves of any weakness.
I clearly have an unused trinket that I've not got keybind. That the game desperately wants me to use.
Let the storm envelop you, Windsage.
We can do new cooldowns, show tool tip, cast, slash use 13 slash use, is it 13 and 14 the 2 trinket slots? I think it is, isn't it? Do I not even have Bestial Wrath? Oh. And Bestial Wrath's got an A in it, doesn't it? Is it slash show tool? Well, if I don't have the... Let's just put that there. When do I get that then? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I don't even have that yet. No, it is Bestial Wrath. Or Bestial Wrath.
Be respectful. Move along. Outsiders are not permitted.
There we go.
Move along.
Okay, now it's properly locked to be in combat. Some Euro disco tunes. Yeah, this is just one of my Spotify daily playlists, but sometimes it throws some wacky stuff in and goes on a tangent I wasn't expecting. The problem is, the longer I let it do its thing, the more it seems to the more it seems to go down that rabbit hole.
Bring it here.
I don't mind. It often plays tunes I'd never ever think to actually search for myself, so.
Our foes eat more spice than this. Get more. It tastes better, but I can still feel my tongue. Bring over the biggest container of spice. Well done. Now that's enough spice to bring Maruk and Tira to the fire. You have the honor of charring the roast.
Cookity cook.
Do not remove it from the fire until it is past blackened. Good. The scent is strong. It will be easily carried to our ancestors on the wind.
Oh, we put it
Place it on the offering table.
Nice. Doesn't this give you a cooking recipe? I'm pretty sure it does.
Ancestors protect you.
Yeah, thrice spiced mammoth kebab. Right. This is an indoor location. I think this might be.
Get some rest.
This might be about where I leave it here for today. I'm hungry. I need food.
Trust your clan.
Oh my god, look at the freebies.
Care for the land.
Sure.
It will care for you.
Oh, you've got to choose one? Pile of pelts, very comfortable pelt, cooking pot. Allows cooking. Oh, well, that's cool. Yoink.
Farewell. Go well.
Choose one.
See you soon.
Essence of Awakening. Requires level 70.
Where will the wind take you? May your family be blessed with daughters. Where will the wind take you?
Ah, my pigeon! Yeah!
See you soon.
Yeah! Team NA's
Care
got my
for the
pigeon
land,
back.
And it will care for you.
Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Oh no, do I have to use it in my bags first? Give me back my pigeon. Yes.
This is sacred land.
I entirely forgot that that's where you get it from.
With daughters. Farewell. Go well. Where will the wind take you?
Nice.
How is your health?
Alright. Let's leave this dude here. Not Zan's the full. Reach level 40. We'll get him to 70 soon. TM. I should probably do it ASAP to be fair. We'll see what I'm doing later this evening. Cooking pot as well. Ah, all the utilities coming back to us now. Love that. Not that we've got cooking, but cool. Alright. Nice, leave him there. Right, boys and girls. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow. Whether we do some Team NA stuff, continue on Team NA, or whether we have some basic bits and pieces to do on Team EU, we'll see. I'm away again this weekend. I have a family party to go to on Saturday, which is causing us to stay over on Saturday because it's a distance away. So I'm not going to get much game time in over the weekends. So we might do some Team EU stuff tomorrow a little bit. We'll see. Or alternatively, we just play something else tomorrow because it's a Friday. I haven't decided. But we're getting places. We're getting places slowly but surely. Chip away at stuff, see where we get to. Eventually, we'll take over Team NA and we'll be billionaires. That's the plan. We'll see. Anyway, thank you all for joining. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for the discussions. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the follows, all of the button presses. I appreciate it. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not already there. And have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. I'll see you next time. Peace.